That's where we started this round.
Is that steel?
I just saw Alex jump out of his skin.
Is that steel?
Oh.
Imagine none of us go down here.
Dude,
This is ridiculous.
no one.
Having trouble.
Just walk away. Honestly, I think Stunner's his own worst enemy. I don't even think I'm concerned.
Second.
Trace, you've played Overpass before, right?
Shut the hell up.
Like,
Would you stop taunting
The loudest
Big
motherfuckers.
Where are you
Vote
guys?
is so
dude,
good.
I was a whole bench, and you just ran right past me like 3 times.
Pardon me.
One down.
Yeet!
This is
Down.
He looked very suspiciously at my patch of grass. Oh, Harry, not bad, man. I'm actually quite impressed.
Right?
Yeah, that's nice work, actually. Really nice.
Yeah, he just cosplayed it himself, basically.
I feel like I'm getting juked here by Hugo.
I haven't moved since the freeze time. Easy win, Harry. Good start.
Good shit, Hugo. We're the
Well
best
done.
trash
Yeah.
I've ever seen, baby.
Alright.
No.
Oh, no. You sound very close, mate. Oh, no. Oh, I just random knifed you. I random knifed you. That was not on purpose.
Wait, Harry, were you the dollar bills?
Why are you all
Whoa.
long, boys? Why are you all long?
Dude, Hugo's cracked.
Yeah, I just swung all 3 of you on long. I don't like this. Oh, it won't let me open the shop now. There we go. I know I'm close. I can hear him here,
Dude,
but
he's somewhere.
am I
like-
blind?
Not even.
Oh.
Not even. No.
He's like 10,000 miles away, I think.
Y'all are trolling me right now. Oh! Sure
What was
easy
you? Dude,
to
I
win.
was even specking Chad. I didn't even know
Dude, how
where he
did the grenade
was.
not kill you?
I
I
was
dropped
the
it right
rocks.
there.
I was the
Yeah.
rock.
Very
He
well
was the
played.
rocks.
Very well played. Welcome back to Winter Workshoppers, and today we're going to look at some mini-maps. Now, these mini-maps are a great deal of fun. I absolutely love these things, and I was playing again with Chad Sponge Birchall.
Yeah, this is filthy. This is where you get to really see who your true friends are.
I love this. I was doing so much cheese in this maps. Like, I highly recommend giving these a go. 1v1, they work really well. 1v2, they work really well. We did 3v3 on this Mirage one, and it was actually really fun. But my god, I had so much fun in these.
It looks like we have elephantitis, right? Like, look how small, well, not small, look how big everything looks, right? It's crazy with just the scale and all the running around, all the nonsense. You're doing fakes, you're pulling out all of these, like, misdirection. Yeah, look at you here. This is filthy.
Yeah, the rotations are so fast, and it's because the map's so small, obviously. So I was just trying to cheese the timings everywhere I could. Hit a nice one on you, some whiff shots, but that's all good. I mean, I was definitely the champion of this. Don't look at the score lines, but we played one which went really long. Like, as you can see the score at the top, we're like 15-17 right now, so we had some very long.
Yeah, I didn't want to be out cheesed, right? That was half of it here. But it is good fun, and I think that, you know, it's a familiar layout, obviously just shrunk. So, yeah, it's something that people will be able to jump into quite easily.
I'm giving this one a 4 bumps out of 4 just for this map. Maybe the other maps get a high score. Wait and see.
4 out of 4? You mean 4 out of 5?
Yeah, 4 out of 5. Sorry, my bad.
That works. Windows Workshoppers Minimap Edition D_nuke. That's not the name. What's the name?
Mini nuke, I think.
Mini nuke. Okay, well that's simple. People might remember something like Mini Dust 2, but check this out. Filthy, rushly, one-way smoke. Look how good this is. Look how good it is. You got all the angles, you geek.
Now, I would say I am the king of mini nuke, Chad. The way I played, it was cerebral, it was fast, it was high octane, a lot of movement going on. I would like this to be in the active map pool rotation.
Do you notice how you prefer the mini-maps, which I think just correlates to you being a rat?
What's more, you know, Counter-Strike's a very patient game.
Oh, check this out. It's real ratty behavior right here.
Yeah, so you can jump on the roof here. We didn't agree on any rules before this, however, there was a lot of talk after. But as you can see, it's a pretty good spot being on the top of Nuke. Who would have guessed? You can see a lot of stuff, so I move over here and actually catch up another one. But Chad, how did you feel when you died to this?
I want to go with gutted. I want to go with betrayed. And a little bit heartbroken as well here, Russian. Because of that, unfortunately, that one boost is going to get this one only 3 out of 5 bumps.
I don't like it, but you know, if that's what you say, that's what it is. And the last of the mini-maps was Mini Inferno. Now, Mini Inferno was a little weird, honestly. Compared to the other ones, I think we had more fun on those maps, I would say.
Yeah, I can think if people just see you typing Shifty Boy there, that basically says it all. This map, right, it was maybe a little bit too claustrophobic. You can see how tight all these corridors were. Mollies were doing the whole site. The rotation time, I basically just stayed in CT spawn and beat you.
Yeah, and you had your nades up and like in your hands a lot of times, maybe not. So look, these are the kind of kills I get on you, just pure jumping kills. You said some pretty choice words to me after this one, as I can imagine. You yeah, you didn't have fun on Inferno.
No, it was just it just too claustrophobic, I think, and you know it is a good concept, but you can just see, look at this, how tight these corridors are. Maybe a little bit extra and we could have made it.
Yeah, I have to give this one a 2 bumps out of 5, Chad. What do you think?
Yeah, get it back in the workshop and maybe we get something nice and new out of it.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, DHL, 1xBet, US Air Force, Zowie, Monster Energy, CSGO Hub powered by Coil, and Gaming Malta.
There's no Jolene in sight, that much I can assure you. However, someone is definitely getting their heart broken at the end of this group. And it might not be LFO because they're giving it their all, but all in all, it might not just be enough. They're going to be in our first matchup today against the Ninjas in Pajamas, who seem to be running the group. And of course, running the show around here, I guess, would be me from time to time. My name's Trace. You might know me as Stunna. You might...
And all your exes live in Texas.
No, that's not true. They are...
We just heard it.
But they're scattered throughout the world, okay?
Oh, the South.
Throughout the South, there's like the rest of the
South America, South of the US.
No, guys.
South Europe.
No, guys. That's the old me. New me is here to tell you about the Ninjas of Pajamas versus that of LFO. But not before I introduce my great esteemed colleagues. I've got Yanko. I usually build him up pretty well. But in this moment in particular, Kassad.
He is the Joker.
He is the Joker. A little bit shy of ace in the hole, but Kassad, do you want to say anything about, anything?
No, these mornings, when Trace is feeling it, I immediately just become a lot more happier.
Oh.
I mean, I'm a lot happier when you're not talking, but just in the show.
Okay,
right?
fair enough. Yeah, pretty fair, all things considered. Guys, I appreciate you joining me here. We're coming to the very end of this group, and so far, I'd say things have started to take a shape in which we might have forecasted it. Other than that G2 team, what the heck is going on, Dan?
Yeah, I did say, there's surely no way that G2 is 0-5 again, right? But never underestimate G2's capability, right, to screw things up, and they definitely did that yesterday against Fnatic. Isn't just the fact that they lost, which should never have happened, even with the stand-in, is that wasn't even close on the second 2 maps. They barely won Inferno 16-14, and then they got more or less...
Jack saved it.
Yeah.
On that very first map, and
Poison was on fire.
They were gonna choke it again. Can I say that?
Yeah.
They were going to choke it again.
And again.
But then Jack saved it. But in the second, the third map, Poison was just popping off. I think people are forgetting about some of these players that they don't have teams right now and how good they are. Poison is one of them. The guy is not good with the knob. He's good with the rifle too. And he was just on fire yesterday.
Yeah, he was definitely having his way. And there was no questions about it, though, for G2. Last season did not go well for him, as Yanko kind of touched on briefly. And in this season, marginal improvements. What is it with Pro League and G2?
They're 1-7.
Well, I mean, last year it was the coach's fault, in my mind. Like, it was the fact that they didn't start off with a boot camp after the break. Like, they were we were going to play this. The group was so easy. We were going to play it from home, qualify, and play the playoffs. I think they completely mismanaged that. That came, you know, that bit them in the ass throughout that kind of first couple of events of the second half of last year. But yeah, this time around, it's just a completely different thing. I think also they're getting really tired of not having like the 6-man like lineup, 5 players and the coach, right? They're having to improvise. I think Niko's frustration is also palpable in some of these games, right?
But it's all right. You have the super sub.
Well, hold on, guys, hold on, because
well, maybe if the super sub was going to in-game lead, it would have been better.
Quite honestly, we know Niko can play the game. We know Niko can play many aspects of the game.
He wants to, yeah.
Opting to IGL to basically making it work or trying to make it work for G2. Luckily for G2, Alexi B on his way into town. Either way, he didn't really have much of an impact on the game that was MOUZ versus Nip.
I think we needed a different sort of a music in the background when we post this up, like some heavenly music, like
like the Resident Evil theme song.
Yeah, like I don't know, I don't remember that. Oh. But Alexi B is back. That's a big one.
Yeah,
because it means 2 things. They can finally play with their full roster. Niko doesn't have to in-game lead. He can just focus on shooting people in the head.
He's good at that.
Which is what he does best, right? And G2 is in a situation where they need to win both of the remaining games, and it's difficult opponents. And Entropiq today, NIP tomorrow, Trace.
That's a problem right now, because like they didn't practice probably with Alexi in the last week because he was sick, and Amanek had to play and then had to face Entropiq and win that game. And we know today if NIP wins, they're going to be the first one in the group. And they're not going to give G2 the pass. You know, they're not going to play relaxed. You know, they're just going to play to beat G2 and get them out of the Pro League.
Yeah. Oh, man. So for MOUZ and Nip, though, where we were going with this one, well, it's already went. Let's put it to you that way. Yesterday, between these two teams, we were looking at Nip coming out on top in the series, keeping it alive after an overtime on Vertigo. So on Inferno and Mirage, pretty standard stuff, but Vertigo got a little close.
Yeah, that was maybe a mistake from them, right? Like picking a map that MOUZ picked against them the last time around they played at IEM Katowice. But I think it's also the story for NIP, especially in this Pro League group stage, has been their T sides. They have 70% win rate on their T sides. Like that's just almost unheard of, right? Especially going through 3 games. And that's one of the biggest reasons why this NIP team is playing much better, the turnaround on the T sides, and the individuals stepping up, Rez being more consistent, and Plopsky giving us some good games.
And also not forget, you know, what Hampa said yesterday when he was casting with Chad and Alex, that, you know, he gets most of input from DJL and still threat, whatever his position is.
Technical director.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Whatever. But he does. They do a lot of stuff for him, and he just does what they tell him. So that's one of the things that probably like helped propel that T side.
You're saying he's not a great IGL. He just has everything served to him on a platter.
That's what he said.
Huh. Interesting. Now those are the words of Kassad. If you are just curious.
Sorry I'm not going to use that word, but best with your favorite player.
Ruffle his feathers. Let's go with that.
Favorite player is Amanek.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Hey, speaking of which, Amanek is going to be a part of this in some way, shape, or form as G2 just try to stay alive within this group. Now, there's many of
Broken bones and a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm a reaper in the dead of night. Lightning strikes in a quiet town. Bodies fall upon sacred ground. By the flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get ya. I'm coming, I'm coming. So you can read
against that team. They're not going to do the same against us, you know?
That team. Now there's a team from a way, way long time
Shout out to
ago.
flamie one time.
Shout out Flamie one time. Also,
Player.
yeah, also
watching this stream now.
No, but he's not playing a grand final.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. All right, Kassad, look, I don't know what else you've got to add to the situation here. Yanko, I barely know what we're adding to the situation here. But I know that Hampus would definitely have some words to exchange, or moreover, give to us prior to getting into this game.
Hey everybody, right now I'm joined with Hampus for a short pre-game interview. Hampus, can you please tell me, what do you think about your group? Because right now you're performing really, really good. Like, what are your ambitions?
Yeah, the group has been good. Like, we won every game so far pretty convincingly, and I think it was kind of expected, to be honest. Like, this group wasn't the hardest group of all the groups here, I think. And we had the goal just to qualify top 3 to go to the playoffs. But now, if we win today, I think we can go to the quarterfinals since G2 lost yesterday. So that's very nice. But yeah, I think that the group is good overall. Like, it's fun to see, like, these guys we're playing now, the LFO guys, just having some 5 guys from Australia come. Like, yeah, it's super nice to see, you know, new faces and all this. So it's nice. It's nice.
But you'll still keep on try-harding, even though you already guaranteed yourself a spot in play-in.
Yeah, of course. So if we win this game, we go to quarterfinal instead of before the quarterfinal. So yeah, we will do everything we can to win this game and smash Ben and the boys.
Smash, Ben, and the boys. Well, I already got to talk basically to all of your teammates about your T side, but I want to know your opinion because you are the IGL of the team. How did you manage to improve your T side, and how do you feel about it right now?
I don't know really, to be honest, what happened. Like, we got the DGL, so now instead of just having Threat working behind us, we have Threat and DGL doing it. So they work good together, and then I chip in with some things. But I think mainly it's just like Daniel has got us like more structured on the T sides, and then yeah, I think it's a mix of just Daniel and Threat working together, I think.
Mm-hmm. Well, besides improving your T side, we also noticed that Plopsky kind of started performing way better. Did he change his routine?
I don't know really what happened to him. Like I think he just I don't know really. Like, he had a rough period, but like even before I joined NIP, he was super good. So he knew he can do it. He just had some off time, and now he's back on track.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Then good luck in your upcoming series.
Thank you.
So yeah, Plopsky, big talking point.
I just love my job, man. It's like you're standing here supposed to like kind of explain to people why is NIP playing better, and then you have the in-game and it's like, well, I don't know. I don't know.
What about this?
They've just been working together. It's a bit better. Plopsky, he was good before I joined. He had an off period, a year and a half of an off period. Now he's back on track. It's like good, man. Yeah.
It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the big picture.
All working out. So don't ask any questions. Yeah,
just let us play. Just,
and rightfully so.
Don't jinx it.
You guys, very possible to.
I would like to see you do the dance that you just did now.
Nah, man, I'm not doing the Gangnam Style thing up here. It's not gonna. It's not really. Anyway, you couldn't prove that either. Give me the map vetoes. I think that's where we're going with this one now. We started to talk about the best of 3, so we need to know what maps, what digital battlegrounds we're gonna find ourselves on, guys. Is there a crossover here that favors LFO in any way?
They won one map, which is Dust 2, and they're not going to get that one. So, good luck.
Yeah.
Yep, and there you go. Kassad, the Oracle, they even call him sometimes.
Let's see, LFO went for Nuke.
Yeah, Nuke is another one that you can try against NIP, really. Hampus, who was giving the interview, is the focal player there for NIP, really annoying, playing that outside position. And yeah, NIP going with Overpass, Ancient as the third. Again, we had the same talking point yesterday when LFO played Entropiq, that these more like custom amps like Overpass, Ancient, that's always going to be much better
I wonder if
against
it's
those
like
lower
a half
tier
and
teams.
half punish and comfort pick for NIP.
It probably is.
Yeah,
I think it probably is. And also what you were saying, like they're not going to let Dust 2 through and play it, but they might try to get a little bit more Overpass, you know.
Ancient.
Yeah, well, for NIP, we talked about that Ancient pick, how it used to be one they could hold in their pocket, but here it doesn't seem like they have to hold much back, Kassad.
Yesterday, Ancient for LFO was kind of, weird to look at, right? They had some chances against Entropiq. The only thing they didn't kind of do is on this like key rounds. They keep repeating.
They were losing to pistols.
Yeah, they didn't go for a timeout to kind of consolidate their defense a little bit.
I hope Ben rewatched the VOD and listen to your advice, and he's going to take a couple of timeouts.
If they end up in the same situation.
Listen to me, or next time you're going to swim to Europe.
Wow, that's a long-ass swim. I gotta tell you, that is not somewhere I'm trying to swim to, but maybe
I don't know
Nemo.
how to swim, so
Yeah, well, you're sinking regardless, so I guess it doesn't quite matter. Thank you, Facade. Thank you, Yanko. And, of course, thank you all for watching us. We're ready to continue ESL's 15th season Pro League with the Ninjas in Pajamas taking on LFO. We're starting on Nuke. So, without any further ado, let's go.
Thank you very much, fellas. Good morning, good afternoon. Ninjas in Pajamas are going to look to top the group. The boys have set the scene. And the boys from Oz, from down under, hopefully not going for a swim just yet. Looking for OrgӀ, opting for a lot of util to start off their T campaign. T-side nuke start. And we are seeing Licky set him up with some flashes for a top pop.
Straight out hot here.
Uh-oh, perfect weapons for the job. Plotsky catches it on the Glock. Even trades. If they can just force Fozy or Hampus out of main, there's space for a plant. Licky can try and get that smoke down. Is it main? Is it heaven? Oh, he's being pushed now. Problems dropping. Fozy's still not dead. Kit's in the sight. Rez takes one down on the floor. It's still a 2-on-2.
Still a smoke and a flash here for Licky. Don't know how he's going to use this late. Problems, they need to take the fights. It's being diffused.
Oh no, it's being diffused. Lads, it's being diffused, and under their nose, the diffuse comes in, the Kit on the floor. And so is the majority of the team.
Okay, well, we had the 1x bet odds at the top of the screen there, and quite clearly NIP being favourites in this one, right? LFO, we've spoken about it time and time again. For them, there's not a whole lot expected, right? There wasn't a whole lot expected of them coming on in. We know the circumstances. Learning is the name of the game for them. But there's certain things that they need to work on, and some of the bits and bobs. We even had Hampus here watching their game yesterday. It's just the lack of confidence in certain situations, and that was another one. Yeah. 2 players corralled by 1 main guy while the bomb was already being tapped. You know, a bit of confidence needed to win that round.
Take some confidence to get that bomb down and opt to go all in, hoping up against the M4s that they can best it with just the single, or rather double Galil. Now, already down secret stairs. What's your take on this, Chad?
Look, already got a rotator lower here. They're hearing this. It's very, very noisy. Rez is in a great spot. Power position. He can fight everywhere, and out the door they swing. 1 dead, 2, well, bombs dropped, and 3 looking good as more damage done.
Oh, Rez is going to have a field day today, isn't he? That looked all too easy.
He's already the highest rated player within the tournament so far, or the group. I guess we need to make sure we condense it down to groups, because they're going to be disconnected as we move over the next 3 weeks of play. But Rez has been having a great time, right? And look, Hampus mentioned it in the interview, right? It could have been harder groups for them to be in, and more with these stand-in issues. G2, Alexi B back later today. Obviously, fnatic, we know over there that they have multiple players standing in, but Poison's looking good. Alex is still calling the best game he can, and I think Mezzi's showing why he's a gem. So even with a couple of these issues, they're still big names, but it hasn't been the highest quality of Counter-Strike. So good for them to farm up some confidence, and NIP continuing to show how much they have, really, with the constantly changing 5th door of the roster. Back down to the pistols here. LFO blanked on round number 2 with the Force Buy. The Deagles are out. There's a P250 in the hands of Savage, a Tech 9 for Hazard, but no util. So in rounds like this, you are hoping that a CT overpeaks, and you can actually do the damage the other way. Hampus gets the opening. Licky will just have to sit and watch.
Yeah, Hampus is a real problem for many a team in his yard holds. He's had multiple games where we've just been so impressed. I've watched him gracefully find and pip gaps in Navi smoke walls on nukes.
Yeah.
He is no slouch here. He really is not going to make this easy.
And that's one of the things, right? You can look at a way that a top team like a Navi would approach a map like this, and how many openings they can manufacture just with their, first 3 or 4 smokes of the round. There's a molly, there's a flash, it could be down vent. That's a shot. Okay, need a few more of those before we get excited. But yeah, I guess LFO, what we saw yesterday on Ancient was they were executing what I would call in darkness, right? They didn't actually know where the CTs were. They were hoping that the utility forced the rotations that they didn't. And it's tough, right? It's definitely tough. Oh, there you go. Not wanting to go down to the MP9. Gives himself up to the Molotov. And 3-0 for NIP. I think it's quite impressive with NIP, right? Because obviously a lot of critique for them and the different roster changes that have and haven't happened over time. But Hampus has been a consistent force, whether that's been in-game leading or fragging. If you can get a consistent Plopsky, you can get a consistent Rez. Right now we're starting to cook. Now we're starting to talk about it. Now I've said it time and time again, we shouldn't be talking about Device and NIP until we actually get some news about Device and NIP. But Fozy seems to be very serviceable, getting the job done. But here we are into the first gun round. Fast yard smokes. Apoc looking across behind that. Massive gap. And oh, he's already dead.
Yeah, Apoc does go down. I was suspecting as the smokes did go up. Didn't even wait for them. faze, though, we spoke his name. He is under a lot of pressure now, tucked into that corner. Susceptible to a flash or a
Coming
sway.
closer.
He's found it, gotten away as well. Savage, just the tail snipped off, and they're not clearing him. Hazard, I think he may have been flashed there, albeit for a moment, but nasty way to lose into your first gun round, and so much time still on the clock as well.
Yeah, Licky looks like he's going to be playing that squeaky door lurk, but it's not going to matter. Sterling out ramp, they can turtle up now. Cross the T's, dot the I's. Hampus has rerouted, completely found himself a new home. Rez is now dealing with this position over towards Hell. I don't want to say this one's done, but it's done. Licky's dead, it's just one to find, and that time, 45, about to be spotted here, coming around the corner. Sterling, bomb, and an AK delivery for Rez here. Entropiq enjoying that. Oh, oh, oh.
How dare you?
A little bit too early there.
Yeah, the AK, though, I'm sure is going to be a hot prospect for whomever can get their grubby mitts on it, descending the ladder now and scooping it up. So call it 4-0, CT's off to the flying start, and yeah, you can see that the boys so far from looking for OrgӀ, just in a bit of an absence of kills as well. Everyone's at least got themselves on the board nice and early.
That's good, right? Yeah, it really does linger in your head, you know, if you're sitting on that donut for a while there, and then that starts to override the focus. But it's true, like, because you know that people are looking at your stats, you know that we're here commentating how the kills are going, so it can play in your mind. But Tech9s are out, and 5 of which, let's see what they look to assault round number 5 with. Squeaky door blown open, U2, well, flashes, smokes, but going to be hard here. These are the pop flashes for top, set up by Licky again.
Savage with main smoke. Okay. Makes sense. Throw the Tech9s in. Not clearing your rafters. And Plopsky does not hesitate to mow down 3. Licky, at least, with his Tech9 and a headshot into Plopsky, stops it from completely concluding, but a little vent drop smoke, or at least to suggest that's a possibility, obscures the view of Rez, and he confirms he doesn't have a clue. Smoke's still up for another 10 seconds. If he was to try and maneuver, it would be now. Bomb lost top side, so Licky's objective kind of decided for him to post it up on this line, and that's the perfect weapon for the job.
Okay, we did this yesterday. It was the final round of the first half on Dust 2, and then they won the round. Well, we didn't commentate for an entire round, and they won it.
Yeah.
To get a 12-3 half on the way out the door. Should we try it earlier today, right, as opposed to waiting to the end? Should we try it now? Because, you know, apparently we have more powers than we realize.
Right. Okay,
and all we have to do is shut our mouths.
And that's something I'm good at.
We do get paid by the word, guys, so understand we're making a massive sacrifice here.
Okay, well, let's see how this shapes up. Round 6, everybody.
Did you cross your fingers and your toes?
I promise I did.
Okay, well,
I will say that was actually quite, like watching with their CT rotates.
Yeah.
Seeing how quickly all the gaps were filled when they did have to move a piece around. Like
it's nice, isn't it?
It is satisfying.
Yeah.
Yeah, like seeing faze, oh yeah, he started off with his trophy info, but as soon as he was needed in yard, and Hampus wanted info as well. It was cool. Very nice.
So this is a timeout that has been called here by LFR, and I'm very happy to see this. Right? I'm very happy to see this. We spoke about it yesterday, you know, the idea that, look, if you're 6 or 7 rounds on the trot in the hole, take a timeout. You get 4 of them, you may as well, because the game can get away from you very quick. Now, the same situation again. These plays that they've made have relatively been fast. They haven't waited out the CT utility. Hampus has been able to position himself in great angles and little sneaky spots to get the opening kill and make their life very disruptive early. Taking the pace out of it, look, that could be one option, right? Just to allow all the CT protocol utility to be siphoned through before you make a bit of a choice. But it is going to be difficult regardless, right? But the pace of the game that LFO are playing right now, this is allowing NIP to play heads-up Counter-Strike. They just will have the information come their way, we take the fight, we play the rotates, as you mentioned, and they're going to be able to do this one by the book. But this is starting to get into a very bleak state of affairs here early today.
Yeah, and they've gone for another one. Attempt at a kind of quasi-buy. They'll have enough for a proper rifle into the next, and so just going for that util and goodness, 2 down.
Yeah, and the AWP to rotate, right? So if faze misses, he could get overrun. If faze misses.
It's a big if, it's in capital letters. Apoc takes his time. He's
still awkward.
Yeah, but yeah, not anymore. faze having no issues. Lovely from Sterling, though. And hang on, Sterling's... Oh,
okay,
Sterling
now we're cooking.
Savage combining with that pistol connection. Now flying up the vents. Oh, into Hampus. How was he ready for both of them? It's a slither angle. Takes them both down. Go on now, Savage. Finish the job. Looking good. Low HP. Rez is already up. And, oh, he's not looking for it.
Looking for it at all. That nade is perfect. Oh,
he actually gets
1 HP.
Gets the info.
1 HP.
Alive. He's alive. Oh, and he gets the dink. Absolute robbery.
Okay. Well, it was an interesting lighter buy, right? A couple of, like, well, we had Hampus here yesterday saying Sterling's a pistol player. Continues to prove that one here. So a couple of nice shots from him. Unfortunate Savage couldn't get that one across the line. But that nade, 1 HP. Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah, the fact that Rez is even going for that shows that we're in that mindset we were talking about a little bit.
Yeah. Like, Hampus accounting for that as well. I'm not sure if he was accounting for the vent up and over or if he was just waiting for Savage to try and make a play down the vent. But either way, accounted for the gap.
Yeah.
It's an up here, their 7th, and this is speed running right now, Nuke.
Oh, looks like we've missed one.
Yeah, look, it does... Okay, it's just going to go from bad to worse, isn't it? Like, if they can't get their smoke walls up properly, they're giving up their information, then they're taking a tag. Hampus is now actually starting to hunt Apoc, who, yeah, sure, has made it down. But at what cost?
And this is how Nuke can feel at times. Just shot in the backside. Apoc now watches as his team with their knives out, walking back to yard, back where it all started. I think this is sometimes important to have games like this because I think sometimes the spectrum by which the game is played can be easy to kind of just disregard. But when you get to see NIP here, there's just no gaps for them. And LFO don't yet seem to have a refined theory as to how to break through.
Yeah, look, with the pace they're trying to take the space, there's so many things that you need to condition them for. Like, first of all, the smoke wall needs to go down properly. But then second of all, like, okay, maybe you needed to play a top silo so Hampus couldn't creep down behind Apoc, right? Was there a need to have everybody in lobby while Apoc was taking that space? It's just the little details here, but they are just going to get peeled apart. There's going to be... I don't want to say this is going to be a 16-0 because obviously we have a lot more rounds of Counter-Strike, but we're going to trend to a single-digit smashing for LFO, right? Like, as much as we want to paint a picture that they can be learning, it's hard to take a lot out of a 16-0 loss. Like, it's also hard to take a lot out of a 16-14 loss where you lost a couple clutches and you go, but like a 16-0, this game, right, it goes so quick. When you're losing like this, they probably feel like they've been in the server for 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure.
And look, I know that feeling better than most. I've been 16-0'd a couple of times in my career, and it really does suck, but you feel helpless.
It goes away from you. We had one timeout from them. It's not like they've just taken this all on the chin and... Oh! That's the way to go. Keeping it light. Campus, quite the opposite, and a stylish self-nade. He's actually done some work for LFO there.
Oopsie daisies. Well, this is where they look the most threatening so far, is with the pistols in their hands, and Sterling's still up. So let's see if that $700 hand cannon can fight ahead.
You say you can't, learn much from a 16-0. But as we've presented, this is obviously this journey. Ideally, would be and trip to Pro League would be a learning experience. Could they learn through? I mean, it's not any different from watching just an NIP demo against Navi, is it? It's not like watching this demo and learning from the CT rotations and maybe you just steal someone's role. I don't know. So those are lessons you could have found in a demo from HLTV.
But that's the thing, right? So there's everybody can sit and watch a Navi demo, and if everybody wants to put enough time in, they can do perfecto smokes, they can do electronics pathing, they can
where
do
he's standing.
Yes, but you can mirror it based off of what you see him do. But the understanding of why, that's the difference, right? That's the theory of Counter-Strike. And it's one thing to watch something and mimic it. It's another thing to actually be able to comprehend it, because on the fly things are changing, right? We don't actually know what the call was from Boomage. We don't have that information. We just see what they do, right? We don't understand, okay, is this something that they've prepped for this team specifically? Is there certain flight paths that they take that are different? Do they have tendencies that they're going up against? What's the understanding is the team as an organism if they see this smoke, this molly, this flash? So there's all of those details there that are the unknown. So that's what you have to experience. But you can base and you can theory craft, but you'll never truly understand unless you get to sit them down and pick their brain. But yeah, now I'm starting to take a couple of liberties here, right? Deep Molotov over towards the hut position, actually going to take a lot of space here as Plopsky. And we mentioned this very thing to Hampus yesterday. When you're up against a team that you feel more confident against, you know, does it start to happen? Is there a gear? Is there a call? Or do players just start taking more audacious plays? Well, Hampus up and over to audacious as he goes on down. Apoc will find them an opening and some space. So this is looking better.
Yeah, and if he stays, if he just lives, Fozy's going to have to be very paranoid. Clearing. Oh, Savage caught out. Plopsky just catches the timing.
Oh, Fozy's aware.
Yeah, he's certainly aware. And if anyone could just draw the crosshair away, damn, Apoc gets away with that one. And
through the lip of the wall there, isn't it?
Yeah, this attack's got him booked. Big one from Hazard. Hazard gets 2. Gives us a bit of a round here. Sterling partners up with him, and they have got time. Rez responsible for top side. Oh, that looked...
It's precise, isn't it?
Very precise. I think his nose is on the monitor. Sterling. Oh, not easy with the bait and switch. They are doing it all, and it looks so easy. It's just like breathing for an NIP. 10-0 LFO yet to get off the starting marks. This is, as the desk discussed, a little bit of a surprise as well, just to see that their pick is changing from that Dust 2.
Yeah, look, I think when you go up against NIP, we were joking about it last night, Ben and DJL, the coaches, respectively, of both teams were outside, and I was chatting with Ben. I was like, Ben, you're not going to get to play Dust 2 tomorrow, mate. DJL's going to ban you. He was like, come on, man. Play us on Dust 2. Come on. You know, but understandably so.
Oh, Ben stepped in for another tactical timeout. We were working on the hand signals yesterday, making sure he understood exactly the process required. But yeah, Apoc did get them a nice opener. This is a nasty death to concede from Savage. Just as Plopsky waiting it out, he sat there staring at that hut aggress for a while, just catching it as that lobby player. And I tell you what, I mean, I will always highlight, regardless of the team and the state of affairs, that lobby responsibility. I've seen some players really master it and others completely eaten up by it.
That's the thing, right? And that's also knowing, like, because it's a job, it's a role that you have within the team, but you need to understand when you need to be on high alert. Well, once you've taken yard control, what's the current meta? CT's push lobby, right? So that's a point where you need to maybe, I don't know, take a position a little bit more passive, or be wary of how you can get on out of dodge, have an extra teammate or two. Right. Just all of these details here, but we're going for a top pop again. Here's the util.
Maybe Plopsky not hitting his first few, just stand and go down for 1. Hampus 16 frags and counting. Straight bullets into main, but Hampus still going to push through the smoke.
Oh, this is big. Yeah, this is real big.
They're not going to be expecting this. Hidden from the cursory glances, and he could be a late arrival. 4 with a rifle. I mean, you can see Hazard's managed to grab 1. Fuzi's going to try and draw attention. Nicky. Oh, he was ready.
All right. Chance now. Real chance now.
This is the closest they've come. Bomb half gone. Licky, known. S attack low. Licky, another on the Tech 9. Go on, finish the job. Fozy's gone and looking good in the hood to finish with style and 2 alive. Rifles for good measure. LFO are on the board.
There you go, right? A little bit of a delayed top pop there, and they've made sure to avoid that 16-0 scoreline. So that's actually a big positive, right? That's something that can be on your back thinking about that. So huge to grab 1 here. The flashes, it didn't look like they were blind coming into top side there. Must be landing behind the back of the site. It's a good position up on top of the silo there, and Savage gets it done, gets it across the line, and now the guns are back out. 5 rifles, no AWP equipped right here for Sterling. It'll be the silenced M4 instead. Let's see how far they can push the issue with 10-5.
LFO have thrown a full wall of smokes, I thought, no. Now they're arriving, a little diagonal, so we get to see how Apoc's journey there outside does traverse.
So going to be a top split.
Yeah, no one actually has the info. Hampus has been kept honest. Go on, Apoc, swinging in. Nicky's through, S attack on a reload. LFO need another. It's Hampus from behind that can ruin their day. Tagged away. Rez swings as they're distracted, but they react accordingly. Looking good in a potential 3v1. Could very well be another LFO round 2 consecutive unless Hampus has his way. 17 now and 6. But he just doesn't really have the health for this.
No, I think he's saving as well. It's crazy when you think of a 10-0 scoreline, how quickly they've been able to siphon through a lot of that cash there from NIP. So, look, lost bonus into the next, the 1900 mark. There's going to be a little bit coming on through. Rez has a bunch to go for a drop, and Hampus will be able to drop 1 as well. So, the buy won't be a problem, but maybe a few more questions to be asked if he did go down in this 1-on-3. But there you go, a bit of a delayed top split. that diagonal wall was deeper, right? Traditionally, we see it so it covers off main, where Apoc would have to lurk through the smoke.
He gets to actually just have a full, clear path to walk in.
Much more dangerous, I would imagine, right? Because it's a heads-up fight. Normally, you do it on a timing, so but it worked on out there. You could see, coming in behind, smoked off from that position was Hampus. He came through, he got one, but didn't want to overcommit for more.
And they actually caught Esatag on a timing. You know, it's not, we've seen a lot of LFO getting caught on timings. This time, Esatag unaware it was popping. Like, as soon as he's just finished spraying the door, he eats a flash and there's 2 people in his sight, just like that.
I love that from Licky though, right? The fact that you've come out here, they've called this round, he's stuck to his flight paths of what he needed to do, right? That's a hard clear. That's a hard clear on the CT event there, whether it's the teller, the reload or whatnot, but he's completely dedicated himself to that. He's not flicking his crosshair around trying to take all the fights. He knows the fight he needs to win and even manages to double up. So here we go, guns back out. How far can the Aussies plus the New Zealander push the issue? Apoc again, now getting more opportunities to lurk behind these smokes. Yard, had more opportunities to lurk, but just gets found straight through. Rez beams him on down.
Now, typically, you would see 4v5 disadvantage, see those troops start to congregate towards maybe ramp or back towards another wall of smokes or towards the lobby for a top and pop. It does look like you're going to go yard. Licky's been hanging out there for this, and they do have, I'm counting, 2 smokes, so we'll see what ends up here.
The thing is, with something like this, you're hoping that you've done enough to kind of be able to cross secret without too many tells. But they are lining up some nades. Now, that one will secure the lip of main. So if they wanted to try and wrap around to heaven, sure, but Rez is the player they have to deal with. They're hearing a lot of this, so there's so many audibles right now.
They're set up strong, like you're going to have to try and break this tower. Rez, Fozy, not going to let that slip. Hazard watching now, and 2 casualties for LFO, 30 seconds, and it's very telegraphed.
Yeah, they're going to be lazy on this as well, because Fozy was ladder base. Oh, Rez looked away, just in time. Whew. That should be it.
Savage, not ready for a second. God, their setup is nasty to break through. There's just players everywhere, every elevation. You're not breaking through that. The man advantage does get converted convincingly.
Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. You remember when Nuke used to have that catwalk that they added in that went all the way around? It went from like main roof and you go, oh, that was wild.
That was a very strange change.
Back in the 1.6 days, there used to be the big catwalk on yard the CTs could go up on as well. So that was one of the things that by that getting removed, these smoke walls became possible. Because when you could get up on that catwalk, you could actually see over the smokes. And Nuke has had a lot of variations. I actually put a picture up on Twitter like a couple of days ago of Nuke that we were playing back in, I think it was like 2013. And someone was like, is that Source? I'm like, no, that's early day Nuke from CSGO. And it was pretty similar to the one that a lot of people would have experienced all those years ago. But it's crazy to see how far this map has come and all the new variations that are made possible. Going through.
Just laughing that Apoc got more flashed by his flash than Rez did.
If I'm blind, he's blind, right?
Right, yeah, I can't see him, so he can't see me. 2 getting off to the garage. And the smoke does fade. That's Hampus' responsibility. Down.
Oh, dear.
Hazard just gets sat down in the barber's chair. Hampus and Sweeney Todd. Yo, Licky, though. He's known. And the setup, as always, it seems like they're traveling around in pairs. Every time you try and take a fight, there is backup available. This angle, too easy for Plopsky. He is just staying dynamic for the Ninjas. Licky, though, is individually capable of winning out these duels and these head-to-heads. He baits the orb shot. He is going to get swung on from heaven to put 12 on the board. LFO, yeah, as we discussed, not much to learn in a 16-0, but it could be something to learn if we get themselves a 12-3 and a 1 pistol.
It's starting to look a little bit better, right? They're getting a bit more space now. The smoke walls are actually landing as they should, not being disrupted. But it's also hard. Like, that flash goes off and has us in a position where it's perfect for the pick there, right? So it's just these little maneuvers from NIP. You can see the class of a team like this. And it's good. Look, when you think about this NIP team and all the ups and downs they've had to be able to perform now at this level, it's good to see. You heard Hampus before attesting a lot to the combination of Threat and DJL, the new coach. But yeah, look at this. Final round, 2 straight through the smoke there. Esatag, well, he's heard the vent drop as well. More than enough for him.
Well, that could not have been a worse 15-second opener for them. You got 2 to the smoke. They know where you are. Fozy's got his Julies out, and they're working fine. There's a chance here on that trajectory. You could work it out. Has a caught out. And just Sterling. The Mac 10 1v5.
Everyone's favorite. We've seen this one before.
Many a time. Amanek holds his breath.
Well, you know, he could actually embody Sterling right now. He won't be in the server later, so maybe he can use his abilities.
We do have Alexi B. If you missed the news,
he's back.
Alexi back.
They really need him as well, because it's going to be hard for G2 to make it out of the group in the top three.
Yeah.
Entropiq, they've been looking pretty tidy, playing some well-regimented and Counter-Strike. Sterling's just giving us a view of Nuke right now, guys. Take it all in. See what it's all about. Doesn't want to give a sound cue up, so we'll go through the open door.
And there's a cruel bucket of water of reality for you as the bomb's lost, and they're looking at both of his approaches. So here he comes, a 1D needed and a 1D found. It's the Deagle boy, and now if he could just miss the shot, he could find him on the hunt. There's another, of course. And rounding this corner, he's maybe not expecting it. Back turn, does manage to round the corner.
He's got so many nades right now, actually, you know. He could drop a smoke in the side or to the doors to give himself something to work with here. If they don't hunt him too quickly, he can get the bomb down.
That's a whole lot more than they were accounting for. Not able to do so. Make it 13. Good attempt at Sterling. Makes it a bit more costly. But Ninjas in Pajamas on LFO's pick. 13 to the good. We'll take a quick timeout and BRB with your second half.
Hey Future Pros! Today I wanted to show you an old strat that Fnatic still like to bring out from time to time. This execute is an alternative method to take the B side on Inferno, utilizing a wall of smokes. As with any great dish, executes, when you have the base locked down, you can start adding in other ingredients, grenades. To make this recipe, you will need 3 Future Pros, 3 smoke grenades, and some flashes. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the close smoke for the wall of smokes. To throw the smoke, line up with the edge of this wall. Place your crosshair above the middle of the tree and right in the center of these 2 sets of wires. Then simply toss the smoke. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the other smoke to complete the wall. To throw your smoke, get into this corner. Find this slight dip in the trees and aim ever so slightly above it. Then toss the smoke. Future Pro number 3. You'll be throwing the deep CT smoke along with a flash. To throw your smoke, get into the corner next to these barrels. Find the 3rd wooden strut and place your crosshair in the dip above the tiles. Then toss your smoke. To throw your flash, it isn't really a lineup, just lob it over the roof and pop it above the smokes. This should blind anyone on the site and also a player in CT. Now you have all the ingredients in place, it's time to think about your approach. The idea behind this strat is to cut off any site players and isolate the counter-terrorist player in CT spawn. Killing the CT player shouldn't be tough, unless you're playing against Scream. You can then wrap through ruins and split the site from 2 points. If you have the bomb, you might be able to get it down while the smoke's still up. JW is struggling a bit here, but I'm sure you guys can do it. Like with any great dish, feel free to add your own spices. Want to double nade CT as you push? Go for it. Want to throw a metric heck ton of flashes over the site? You can do that too. After all, you are the cool cat of your very own strat. And as always, enjoy.
We're back in business, and so are NIP. Looking to top the group. They can secure themselves top 3 with a victory today, and it looks like it is certainly on or in the cards, by whatever which you prefer.
Either or. We don't mind around here. You can do either. You've been accepting of what's around the corner.
G2, though, losing to Fnatic yesterday throws the group into disarray. 2 wins, 1 loss. MOUZ the same, and now we'll talk about that after this pistol.
Oh, dear.
Right, APOC, big on the clicks. And it looks good. Hazza smashes another face. Another as well. Hot lead to the ninjas. They're gone. 4 still standing. On expert odds on your screen. It doesn't get higher than that. 1 to 9. But there you go. That's a 3rd round, and I was hoping we'd see a CT pistol go their way. We'll extend play and hopefully get us to see what the ninjas in pajamas can do to get sweat on the brow.
The pistols, I think, are LFO's best little thing in the arsenal, right? Yesterday, when you think about that ancient game against Entropiq, they were picking up some of those lighter buy rounds. You get a couple of 5-7 bangaroonies going off, and that was tidy. So just a bit of a all-in ramp rush. A timeout called. The first called from the side of NIP. Interesting. Maybe a little bit to discuss here, because Plopsky's already invested. The same looking to happen with Hampus and Co. So, yeah, just talk through how they can close this down as quick as possible. You don't want to give it any team. It doesn't even matter that it is LFO, ranked 94th in the world right now. You don't want to give anybody a chance to get back into a match, especially the first game of the day.
I was talking to Hazza when they were all sitting down outside, and the conclusion he came to and said out loud was, yeah, I just keep playing scared. And I've struggled to... I didn't have any advice to give him in that respect, because I understand why you are. It's very hard to play exactly the same when you know your opponents are not exactly the same, and the expectations have already been subverted by what the ninjas have been throwing at you. But yeah, playing scared, I'm sure, is a hard habit to shake.
That's one of the things that we talk about when people transition from online to LAN. That's one of the main things. But this is different for them, obviously, right? But it's one of the things when it's like a big arena match, doing the things that you would do at home, doing the things that you would do in practice. Whereas in this situation, you don't want to mess up. You don't want to be the reason that you're going to lose the round, right? So you can understand why they're feeling that level of pressure. Let's see if they can withstand it, because they are coming his way. Famus on the box. Hazza, there's the first.
He's not scared. Stands and sticks around. Wasn't ready for the second flash.
He's going to get caught here.
And that, perhaps, is the difference. In Australia, they only throw 1.
Well, that's the thing, right? It didn't even look like he was fully blind there. Obviously, we don't have exactly what just went on down, but there you go, trading back and forth. 2 rifles can be scooped up now.
This is not the kind of round they can afford to lose. A second round force, this is where those experienced ninjas are going to really make it hurt, tighten the thumb screws.
Oh, Rez has such a powerful position here.
Ruiner.
I don't even know if they clear this.
Oh, he's trying to clear his deep corner. He gets the perfecto dance. Oh, Rez misses.
That's a chance.
Punishes. We do need to see them start to close the gap.
Licky has a kit here.
It's all on Licky. Can't lose it here in the corridors. Bomb is half ticked already. Safe assumption by the double doors. Licky's getting run down. They need help. Need help. Kit on the floor. No time for this now unless you go for a 10-seconder. Savage.
Oh,
bodyguard.
He's giving it a go.
5 seconds left on this Foze. He's not going to defend.
He's not.
3.
Oh.
1. Savage. Yes. LFO just about pulled that one out of the hat. It got very sketchy. And NIP, I mean, considering how we've seen LFO's second rounds go, give them a tutorial as to how to make them costly.
Yeah, so Hazza does a great job getting one here, but maybe a bit of the conversation he was having with you playing in, because, like, yeah, you can drop and fall, or you can hang around for a little bit too long and get caught. So, look, this is the thing, that you can't have any indecision in these moments either. If you're going to commit to the fight, you commit to the fight. He didn't have an opportunity to shoot back, because he decided to tuck tail. And this here, Rez, look, he had a powerful position, but unable to convert right there. Great little bodyguarding from Savage as well. Down to just a bit of a partial investment here from NIP. Not going to use all their pennies, but almost lose all their health on Hampus, who is down to 10. Gets across. 4 players under now.
See how their rotates are, Chad.
Hazza's down here.
I want to rotate rank out of A to Z.
He's got Sterling close by 2.
He's called for the aid, and it's hit on time and in good form. Yes, indeed. Sterling takes 4 in quick succession. And only Esatag, who did not quite descend. He's hanging out in the yard with his P250.
Hey, guys.
Hi, sorry, I didn't get the memo.
Wait, you said rush down secret straight away.
I thought you said yeah.
You got a bit of a lesson yesterday, didn't you, by the way?
What's that?
Because Ben was saying he's a bit of an AFL guy, which is Aussie rules football.
That's right, yeah.
You learned what a specky was.
Yeah, well, because of my very limited experience of AFL is seeing these crazy clips of dudes mantling on another man's shoulders.
Yeah.
And that's a specky.
That's a specky.
Does that mean we can have speckies in Counter-Strike? Is that
yeah,
like
we could use it. No, it's like no. Goomba's a kill. You're not really killing the guy you mark. You're getting like it's a big thing to achieve a specky.
It's like jumping over a dude's head as you dunk in basketball.
Yeah.
you're flexing on them as you're beating them.
I think we also like it's a screamer as well. It's used in a good one, like not as a negative one. So that comes into it. But I forget that I am Australian until there's other Australians around, and then the twang comes back a little bit. I hear it in my own head. It's wild. But NIP, the guns are out. Let's see. Squeaky door blown open. Deep nade from Apoc. They're gonna be completely shy of the mark. I thought some damage was destined. So avoided Hampus and Rez, and see, this is late. They're doing the smoke wall late.
Part of my is he playing scared line of questioning. It's good to see Hazard not only get overrun on ramp, but then proceed to push through and set up aggressively trophy.
It's going to be very powerful here to mid to late round if they don't come his direction. Looks like they're setting up a top split here.
Licky's responsible with just an MP9. They will just do the jiggle smoke defense.
This is a good angle.
Oh, Apoc given a freebie, won't be ready for Rez. Silently tracking him. Rez can do a lot here. Apoc's just going to assume it's clear. It's been too quiet. Hazard! Oh, and the frags keep coming. LFO picked apart now.
Yeah, this is very difficult. Needs one back. It gets it. Okay, good stuff from Sterling. Scampering ramp. Last 3 NIP members is Sterling going to pick again. He can't now. Denied by the molly.
Okay, vent rotate is available.
The MP9's lower. That's the problem here. Licky, what can you get done, my friend?
On. Nothing is the answer. Plopsky having fun today.
He's been looking sharp, hasn't he? Been hitting some good first bullet accuracy right there. It's good to see Plopsky back in this form. Always had a fun story, didn't he, Plopsky? He was one of the guys we saw come through at, was it DreamHack Masters Malmo? Yeah, and the whole story of how he was there a couple years earlier watching NIP.
Not only that, it was the one where NIP won, you know, like the whole
That's right.
chanting ninjas in pajamas, forest winds in Sweden, everyone's loving life. And that was, that was, I think, enough to prove to his parents that this was a fair objective to have.
Yeah, well, look, you can obviously see how this support of the younger generation is coming on through. Ben's a prime example. I know we're talking about him a lot, but there's a couple of other parents down there in Australia who are the same. I know Inz's mum is very involved.
Yeah, it's great. And I mean, I think what we learned was that, you know, you take them to an event and then they see just what's going on.
Yeah.
I think, Ben was telling us about his visit to the Kudos Bank Arena.
He went to all 3 in a row.
All of the IEMs, and he's like, yeah, okay, yeah, no, son, this is legit. This is legit. This is not just weird men on the internet.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, in his mind, this is a sport.
So that's 14 for NIP now. So let's see. They just kind of need to usher this one across the line. I don't think there is any doubt right now that the Ninjas are going to be picking this one up.
No, but I wouldn't mind like a Sterling pop-off AWP shutdown for the confidence. I wouldn't mind seeing Apoc farm a little bit more for the same reason.
I'm with you.
And, little gap, loud steps. Apoc chooses not to engage. Now, will he just opt to punish on this? They're not going to know. They're not going to know unless it's deliberate. Perfect. 2 down to open up proceedings. More to come, but I think they'll have to be held at bay by the gap. Apoc's giving it up. And Fozy's trying to catch a timing. Apoc just wants to...
Good clears.
Yeah, really nice clears. Very procedural. Molly will force Savage out of the site. Is this going to spread? There's the tag. Not quite nail it. Means Savage is safe on site. For
space though. We got some room up and over. I don't know if Haz is accounting for this right now. They know that Fozy was around, but where's he gotten to?
Savage looking. Yeah, Hazard's checking, and now bomb down hell. This is looking great for a 6th. Nice tag, a threat. Standard clear, not the standard result. 6 now in the bank for LFO, and if they can continue to run away with 4 alive, they'll start building up the bank to hold and defend their honor.
Yeah, money over there for NIP. Probably seems that DGO would want more of a half buy than a full investment here, because Hampus get an AK head armor or Galil instead. Rez could get an AK with some utility, and the same for Tag, but the other two might be a little bit light on. So they don't have to fully invest here. I think one of the things that I've liked seeing out of NIP a bit more is the way that they manage their cash. Like they know, okay, well, we got the loss bonus of 2,900. We can spend this much. We can drop this to this guy, right? They can make their buy look threatening by just pinching their pennies and managing the cash. So a couple of rifles here and a couple of pistols alongside. Not going to allow LFO to have, the easiest of times.
Licky could not be more dead. Oh, the bodyguard. Savage has done enough. It means Licky's at least back to put his name in the feed as well. Plopsky tucked in. And Fozy, half health. Licky, this favors you. The barrel bait's not going to last forever. Somehow he's still alive. And Fozy can reposition, but he's lost his teammate in the process. Sterling shuts down Hampus' adventure outside, and there you have it. A bigger test. NIP do go down and make it costly. 2 bodies dropped. Some rebuys forced. But yeah, this is going to become a respectable scoreline here, Chad.
Yeah, I think that if they can...
Ushering it across the line is still a certainty. It's just a question of how Juicy can, looking for OrgӀ, make this.
Yeah, can they make them sweat? Can they make them go, all right, hold up, guys. You know, there's always a moment. There's always a moment where, all right, let's pull up our socks here, but is that moment going to come too a little too late? I don't think so. But it's another lighter-ish buy from NIP here. They've obviously gone all in, but astralis only with a Galil, right? Not full nades for everybody. Aggressive from Sterling. Doesn't want to get caught on the jump here.
You saw m0NESY going for lines like that.
Well, they should be on high alert towards ramp and topside now, because Yard's called clear.
Yeah, let's see if Hazard can handle business. Hampus throwing out the wall of smokes. Coming. Oh, great pre-fire. Turns the flash, but dies on the swing. Plopski's positioning and spacing very well drilled. And Hazard just has to say ramp lost.
2 players rotated lower already for LFO, so they're responding to this quickly.
Okay. Interesting that they've opted to open the door to throw out smoke of their own design. Pushing around it, Apoko does go down, and NIP just starting to splurge and spread. Hampus, however, falling to Savage on top. So now with a bomb down lower.
Hard retake.
Very hard retake, and he's not even sure what's down and waiting for him in the vents. Sterling at least will access ramp and discover it's empty. So hesitant. The unknown. It's very easy to fear. He hasn't got a clue. Very light on time here, boys. It's a bit half-hearted. You've got to find him as well.
It's not bad. Oh,
that would have been a nice combination if you hit the wall bang off the info and the nade kill. But 3 for Plopski in this round. He's at the top of the scoreboard, and you know the desk were highlighting it that Hampus says it's good to have Plopski. Oh,
that really
from Shane.
Yeah. RIP.
That puts 15 on the board. And we'll be ready to see one last bite of the cherry. What did NIP pick?
Overpass coming up next. Yeah, I thought they might take it to Ancient, because watching the Ancient game yesterday with Hampers, maybe just he saw a couple of things he might want to try and get on top of. But Overpass as well, it's a bit more of a technical map, so they will get to be starting on the T side NIP, and that was a map even when, remember when Twist was on the roster, we were really quite content with the way they'd approach it. So let's see what happens here. Sterling with the up and over. He's going to be flashed off, pushed back, and having to respect the early U-tilt. Damage done to astralis, that ain't bad. And Savage, well, we've seen him do some nasty things with the 5-7. See if he can do it again. Just trying to hold on here, LFO.
Well, they're all returning to lobby. Savage yet to activate. But they know astralis is low. They may have heard some sound on that connection.
But look at what the smokes have done Yard. 2 players from LFO are lower, right? So if they go top pop and they don't get any kills here, LFO in trouble.
Oh, brutal headshot from astralis. Low HP, crouches in and completely books Savage. Nice from Starling. Starling? The bird?
Well, it was very star-like.
Sterling, though, has actually repelled the invaders. They'll go elsewhere. Hampus has cancelled his project secret, so does seem very imminent.
Hot toes.
Pop, and not even pop, a little cruel, perhaps, on their hands and knees.
They've played that position a lot. Licky's been there very, very frequently, and now it's just 2 remaining, Licky and Hazard. Not long for this world.
Hazard up against the world, up against those pajama ninjas. And their smoke locked up, posted up. And he knows his fate is sealed. Thank you. I'm coming. Here I come.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, a bit of a threat onto Fozy, but they are just standing still. The wallbang hits and Hazard.
Out of time.
You got to go. May as well throw yourself into Plopski's crosshairs. Make that, what is that grand total from Plopski? Does do a good haul, 24 for him. Hampus as well, having a lot of fun with it. And a very one-sided affair. Convincing stuff. NIP set for success and to top their group. Group A continues, as does this series, after the break.
Oh, I see one up at this house. I'm just gonna go on the right side. Yep, on the right side, trying to go in. Other one's inside the house. Oh my lord! Wow. Oh,
Oh, oh, oh.
two of them. I'm coming, Bablo.
Inside, in the corner, right doorway.
Oh. Left side. No! I'm reloading. Who's dead? There's a fella towards gas station. He's gone inside, Terry. The one in gas station is probably gone inside as well.
There's two at Gassy. They're not on the same team either.
I'm gonna dome. Hopefully there's people there. Well, hopefully I
There was a guy close. He spotted you. At this house.
Trying to blow up that barrel. He was behind the rock. Yeah, next to the barrel. Just looking at me.
A little bit of a surf going there. Under the patio, just here. We're on close to that ping.
Yeah, he just scouted at me. I'm coming. Nice.
Yeah, I'm on a go.
Good luck. Nice.
I don't know where this guy went. Okay.
Can't see him in the tower. Oh, I saw him. He hit me once. I'm going. I might die off this. Nice.
That was a cool dive.
Nip versus looking for OrgӀ. Now, of course, we could talk all day about everything that transpired on Nuke. It's not going to be a long conversation nonetheless, but, you know, winning 10 rounds in a row, that means picking up your first pistol and then, you know, maybe not winning your second pistol. Give a little false hope there from the side of LFO. Sort of like Ben had said they did to G2. But ultimately, we'll get to that a little bit later. Yanko and Kasad on the case with me. About smooth sailing, about what was expected.
Yeah, but I'm wondering about your thoughts on this trace, right? On the one hand, you know, we were talking about LFO, and, you know, it's a great showing of their passion as well to pay for their own trip and whatnot. But, you know, you're in a tournament, your name is looking for OrgӀ, and you're just getting smashed every game. That's not like a great advertisement, is it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, normally in billboards and like advertisements.
Maybe we need an OrgӀ.
Yeah, maybe we could use an OrgӀ if anybody out there wants to have a team.
If you're an OrgӀ, and there's a lot of OrgӀs out there who don't know what they're doing, they're like, well, why would we get you guys? You're just losing to everybody.
Because they're in Pro League.
Yeah, but, well, I don't know.
It's important to participate?
Yeah, all the VC stuff, that was a couple of years ago, I think, with all the Org's are trying to start Org's. Regardless, yeah, I still have to give them an appreciation.
Team Shui would be better.
Team Shui. So, like,
Chad is going to be in charge for that one.
I think Chad probably understands.
The thing is, like, NIP played a normal game right now, and it's just a default game. Nobody was, like, bullied, and everybody was, like, good on their own positions. I don't want to bash too much on the LFO team, but they need to, like, look on too many different things at this point, right? On T side, it's just the strats. It's the way that the pathing on how you're entering the site, how you're using the flashes, the post plant positioning,
The spacing.
just pretty much the basic stuff.
Spacing.
Right?
Spacing,
The
positioning,
timing.
crosshair placement, flashes,
and then on the cities,
movement,
and then you
calls,
dig deep, and you
pistol
dig deep.
rounds.
You dig deep into the individual stuff. For example, that I saw. I mean, I was looking as everyone else, watching as everyone else. Hazard, you know, on CT side, he gets the good openings on the ramp, but he doesn't position himself well to escape. You know, when they're like overcoming ramp. But some things like that they need to polish. They need to play with, I guess, and just in order to become.
It really doesn't help when you're getting plopped on. You know, like it is the facts of the case here. Plofsky showed up again.
Plopped on. I just
Sounds terrible.
Now I'm
Sounds
just
real
waiting
gross.
for Alex to scream in like an arena game. He's like, "Get plopped on" or something like that, and then just
He plops on him again and again and again. Nonetheless, yeah, plopped straight on LFO. 10 rounds unanswered just to start the game off. You can't imagine that it feels too good in the camp when that happens. We saw Ben leaning his head there against the backdrop. So, you know.
a terrible feeling, Trace.
You've been there. Tell us all about
I've been there.
too.
There is one specific game I remember. It's the E-League at 2018 where we just got navi into our team. It was the very first game we play against. I think it was Envious or maybe it was G2. I know it was a French team. They start on nuke T side. It's 14-1. We can't do anything. And we just walked out, and the feeling that we have is just the absolute worst. There's nothing you can do.
Yo, Kasad, take your...
MBK was playing.
Take your fingers like this.
Yes.
Okay, see it?
This.
There you go. Boom. All right. Yeah. So nailed it, Kasad. Yeah, dude. I mean, it is kind of like we talked about David and Goliath yesterday. This might actually be the closest representation to it so far in the group, Yango.
Yeah, absolutely. In this group, that's the case. And listen, if you're LFO, it's not just about learning experience, but you're even looking for a couple of rounds where you manage to outplay NIP. Right? Like, even if it's a gun round that just, works, you kind of envision it in your head, the in-game leader or whatnot, and you call it, and you actually do bait out some rotations, and you are able to punish them, and you are able to win the round, regardless of the fact that NIP is playing super loose and relaxed, and they know that they're going to win the game. Like, that's just a little bit of a proof of concept, right? You're just looking for every inkling where you can say, well, actually, if we just like a little bit, if we just spaced a little bit better in this round, or just,
what we
didn't
can
miss
do in
this
a
one
4v5,
nade, we
5v4.
can actually compete against these guys, right? Like, it's not, the gap is not as big as maybe we thought it was.
Yeah, and I guess this might be a great part or a great start, I guess, to go ahead and get our meme review back underway, because surely there's something to come out of this one. Here's one from Heku, happens to be a member of the talent. Yeah, there's some truth to this one. Kasad, read this.
There's too many words to read. I'm just gonna pass on this one, but I get it.
But you don't. So what you're saying is you don't like Heku's memes?
Well, not this one. Not this one.
Fair enough. So are you gonna put a meme together for
We
the
need to
hashtag
describe it to you, like explain it to you, or did you get it
funny
like the graphic?
thing.
So basically, a meme, or meme for short.
A meme.
Yeah. So far, this series is a little bit of a meme, if you will, a meme.
Hey,
Yeah.
they tried it again though in this game and it didn't work.
It's true. Hey, look, we're going to Overpass. You guys got any, like, I don't know, anything that
Last time they played Overpass they won 12 rounds on T side. I expect double digits at least this time, unless they get too relaxed like Entropiq did in the second map yesterday. Then it can, LFO can get to double digits.
Nice. And that is analysis that is paid for. Kasad.
In full.
In full. Of course, we go to a break. We come back. We have Overpass in front of us. Ben and company really can't be feeling too good about it. But, of course, heads held high, as most Australians do 90% of the time. Look at him, Rocky Balboa, walking into the set. We'll be right back after this.
More like Apollo Creed.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Tomorrow we will move.
Early and Olaf at the ready. He's known for his movement, the old man. We'll see how he gets this one done. Bump mine forward. Here he is, launching himself into the site. One for Olaf and two down. The static Molotov being locked into the window. The bomb is going to be planted. And honestly, it's a recon nade.
Oh, and with the information, that's it. That's the game. Everything he needs. 2 shots, lining him up. Easily landed. The second as well.
Wu here, poised to make an entrance in the B side, taking a lot of damage to the wall, Yanko.
Well, he's got a hell shot trace.
He absolutely does. It's starting to make a big problem here for Sanchiro and Axel.
Can't be. What have they done? It's my game. There's no way. No way. No, what did they do?
What's good in the hood? Looking for OrgӀ down 1-0. NIP looking to lock themselves in at the guarantee of getting to the next stage of competition here. Group A, we're in day 4 of its play. LFO have been showing up here to learn some lessons. Not many lessons to be learned over on Nuke, given how quick they were concluded.
Give me an O.
Yeah, let's get into it. Overpass. Oh,
Yeah, we were going to do the whole thing, but it was long, so I thought that maybe we could get it in before freeze time. We'll save it. We'll do it later. It could be a gag. We'll do it a little bit later on. But yeah, you mentioned the next stage of competition, quarterfinals for NIP. If they're able to pick this one up, they guarantee themselves the top of the group. That's what they're playing for.
Sounds good to me. Sounds good to them.
Yeah, LFO, we know what they're playing for. An OrgӀ or experience. One of the two, whichever comes first. As we're out the gate and... Oh. Rez, yeah, his P250 is pretty tidy. Did you see the clip on Mirage the other day when Harry and Hugo were doing them? He went bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, I saw him go bang, bang, bang for sure. I'm actually looking at people's players' crosshairs. Everyone's a little bit of a tiny dot gang.
That's the thing, right? Because we're on native res right now, so I'm curious to see. I would love to be able to know what res is running, for example, so that we could, see how that crosshair truly looks. Maybe there's a way that Volvo could scale it.
Yeah, maybe even if people are interested, Rushley could do a round or two with players' crosshairs on. Except they are so small you can't see.
If you're a mobile phone viewer, yeah, I think we could maybe do it. Oh.
Lovely shot out of Apoc, tracking a moving Hampus. They are converging on Savage, and poor guy losing Licky, unable to contribute, and yeah, as easy as that. Plopsky takes 3 on the Glock, and a little bomb plan for an extra $300 spending money.
Did you have like a sports carnival when you were in school?
Sports carnival?
Yeah.
Like what, like a festival of sports, like a PE day?
Yeah,
Sports day.
Yeah, well, kind of like you, because we would have factions. So in my primary school, we had red, blue, green, and yellow. It wasn't the fanciest of names, but we kept it simple.
Yeah.
And then you would obviously be broken up into your factions, and you compete in different fun little activities.
We had like sports day, but you had we were like in like Harry Potter houses.
Harry Potter houses.
Well, it wasn't Harry Potter houses. It was different cities.
Oh, okay.
I was in Durham.
Okay. Were you from Durham?
No.
Oh.
But the Winchester boys were the real problems at sports day.
Well, Rez has found 2 openings in 2 rounds, so that's a real problem as well.
So, certainly something to keep track of.
Yeah, so Sterling's hit the deck, and look, Rez on a map like this, look, the thing is, if Rez can play at like peak Rez form, this guy is an absolute monster.
I don't know if it's been like talked about recently, but Hampus has talked about it in interviews, and he's certainly spoken to me about it, that he thinks he's found the way to unlock Rez every round, every game.
All right.
And he says it's a secret, but he had a theory, and they've been trying it for the last like 4 or 5 months.
Okay, well, it must be working because Rez has been more consistent.
Yeah.
At least here.
Just won't tell us what it is.
Oh, that's good. Look, you got to keep your cards close to your
Give him
chest.
some ice cream or something. I don't know, like the Get Right.
Yeah.
McDonald's and ice cream before the match.
JKS was like a Mars bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all they need. Oh, they are just about to walk it. Oh, they're trying to do
nades are in the wrong place, boys.
They are, and they know you're blind, and suddenly there's 4 people on your site. He goes from 0 to 100. Oh, I mean, I almost want to do CTs with X-ray off, so we can just see how it goes from absolutely nothing, not a peep, no info, to suddenly
That's not a bad idea. Okay, let's do this then, because we can show the people at home what LFO are experiencing, why they're getting absolutely drubbed. So probably not this round, Rushley Ranger run 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but next round when the guns are out, I think we do that. Now, we'll be able to tell quickly when NIP are leaving spawn which player we should focus on first, but let's do an entire CT round, because we have done these before, and we'll try and...
That would have been a perfect example, LFO, you've been critical of them kind of flying blind, just not having the information, so that then the punishes come in out of nowhere. That was a prime example of just flying in the dark. Apoc's going looking, having a little peekaroo.
He's had the Zeus a couple of times, Apoc, so he's been cheeky with it. At least that'll spur some fun within the team.
And the 3 longside toilets might actually be a lazy clear. No, it's Fozy's responsibility. He's got this. So you should have had this. No, there's only the lost Mac 10, so...
Farming.
They're all looking the wrong way, and Plovsky's here to make it 2.
Hampus is coming in now.
Excuse me. Thank you. And Apoc would love a Zeusy frag.
We'll take that AK back, will we? And there we go. So the rifle's all picked up. Now, let's live in the eyes exclusively of the counter-terrorist squadron in this matchup, known as LFO.
They're going to be completely unbeknownst to them. We are going to live in their eyes for this one, and we're going to have the X-ray off, so we'll just get to live in the uncertainty that they are occupying.
Now, right now we got Sterling and Hazard going over towards A. It looks like it's a bit of a default spread coming out of NIP here early. So Sterling's about to take a bit of a pot shot over towards the bathroom position. He has done, dropping on back. So he's taken information that they have got control of party and playground. Well, playground at least. You can see Hazard aware that connector is a possibility, and Plopsky's starting to come on up.
Yeah, his responsibility here is, it's kind of ramp-esque. You know, you can stand and fight, but you also can get the information and fall back, and fall back he might as the smoke arrives.
So now it means that it's more likely that they're able to scale up on him quicker, and he's going to respect that space. He's going to drop back. Sterling pressured off the line too. So right now, just through a very simple default, what NIP have been able to get is full control of bathrooms and long. Now, if you want to go back for some info, this is it. They have to, right? So Apox response. I'll go back to long. I'll take back some space. I'll give us something to work with. Sterling now goes towards bathroom, poking and prodding with that AWP. And Haz has actually dropped a little bit more passive, so they are strung out. But over towards B, they have no info now.
Yes, this is an info play. As it fades, is there a flash? There's no flash.
It's good though. No, Hampus is the only one looking.
Oh, great catch. Hampus gone. Information gained, but it might be false info. The rest of the squad is just around the corner.
Yeah, they can't wrap back around this sandbag position without a flash because they've already tucked on in, looking for the toes. Has Licky... Oh, I don't think he spotted Plopsky there. And they're coming back through where they made the info. This is punishing them so much.
Savage, look. Oh, he catches a glimpse of it. Licky to react as well. Suddenly they realize that the pressure is still on B. Just the tip of the head being toyed with. Nice frag. Tries to take another one as well. Savage and Licky combined with a solid defense of the site.
Okay.
And NIP, they did rumble them a little bit in terms of positioning. They caught them, quote-unquote, off guard. But good reactions and good fragging.
Okay, that was great. Yeah, the reactions were the key there, right? So understanding what was, lightly what was necessary. Like, that play could have gone completely wrong. Imagine if they're behind that smoke and it fades and there's 14. He's like, hello, you know? There's obviously things that could go wrong, but they made a move that was going to put them in a better position. So good stuff. And we take a look now at the next gun round of play. Still enough money for NIP to splurge with.
Kind of enjoyed that.
Do you want to go back to regular smell-o-vision right now, or do we do another one? Do another one?
Do you do another?
Rush, do you want to do another? It's up to you.
Yeah, he's got X-ray on. Okay, he didn't like that. That's fair enough.
Well, it makes it harder for him.
Yeah, a whole lot harder.
Yeah. But fortunately, the CT's got all the kills there, so it actually looked pretty good. But here it is again, a default spread. Much of a muchness. Fountain taken. Plopsky connector. They're just sitting and waiting. So this little jump peak right here hasn't netted them too much. Same front bathroom smoke. Having to respect it. This time, Hazard is going to play with Sterling. But they've done the default, and now they're dropping back and regrouping again here are the Ninjas.
Flash for info short. This is nice. Mid-rounding. Comes through. Oh, wasn't ready for that. Hampus, nice swing out. He saw the flash and anticipated a swing because of it.
Licky's low as well here, Alex. I don't know how they're going to hold on to this one.
So you can see that they are in a bit state of limbo. Licky's not sure whether or not he should be floating with a rotate. Savage wants answers, and he gets bullets. It's 2 now, confirmed short. And yeah, this round already smells like a save.
The thing is right there, when you can see that fight come in, like how quickly for Savage he saw nothing and then was dead, right? This is the difference. Like, we always have the pleasure of the X-ray. So when people are like, oh, why are they reacting like a standard shot? Well, look, these are shots that we think are standard because we can see it coming. You can see for Savage right there, it was just dead, right? He didn't put himself in an optimal position, but still just gets absolutely destroyed on contact. Looking to hold on to these 3 rifles here are Sterling, Licky, and Hazard. We'll go back into normal programming for everybody at home. Thank you for entertaining that idea. We hope that you guys enjoyed it as much as we did. Back on the board, score will read 4-1. Don't know if you guys saw the memes. Look, we really want you guys to get creative at home. We're trying to give you a gift voucher, and if we just have to keep using memes that Parla and Heku are making, then we're going to have to give them the merch. And I don't want to give them the merch. I want to give it out to one of you at home.
But I also think, you know, memes come from the soul. It's not
You're right,
not something
actually.
you can manufacture.
You're right.
You know, and I always had a problem with someone that was like, you know, the guaranteed like meme magician, because you get to a point where the magic's not coming out your fingertips anymore, but you still have to be summoning the spells.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to work in a social media department where the job description is to be funny.
Just be funny. Go be funny and be original, and also don't copy anyone else, but copy everyone else.
At the same time.
Yeah.
While being on top of all the pop culture references.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a job I'm too envious of, really.
Bit of a thankless one, I imagine, as well.
Shout out to everybody working in social media, slaving away on the Twitter sphere.
You know, you probably get 10, 15 banger tweets, but one bad tweet, and I'm sure that's the one that's thrown around in the Slack channel.
Yeah, look, I'm known for bad tweets, but they're much easier to make than good tweets.
Yeah.
Well, they're out, and they're looking to set up a bit of a nade combination.
This will be a nice little lesson for the Aussies. Fortunately, no one's there. 3 nades, good grief, but perhaps that leads them to over-rotate if they think that is a sign of a commitment. NIP are taking their time, like they are literally having a walk in the park.
That sounds quite nice. The weather's not too bad out there either. Apoc set up for success here. Shadow, I swear he saw the Shadow, didn't he?
We did, yeah, certainly. And nice find. Humpus trying to throw out some util for Plopski's progress. Sterling, you can see indecision here. Like, they got kept in the dark. Who's responsible for short looking monster? Savage to react. It's... Oh, the timing on this from Plopski is so naughty.
Oh, my lord.
Oh, naughty. Good catch. Big find. And it leaves just 2 now for the Ninjas in Pajamas. foozie, the stand-in. Tag, the Dane. 9 HP on him. Trying to bring the pain now. 1v3. Lovely find. Okay, 2 in a row. That is going to serve them. Not in a row. Do excuse me. I'd completely neglected to remember the walk into and save round.
2 out of the last 3.
Yeah, that works. But regardless, it is certainly a whole lot better of a start than their T-side on Nuke.
Well, this one started well, right? They actually found Rez just limping around. And this is just, if I'm NIP and if I'm DJL and I'm talking about a game plan here, I would be comfortable just having Hampers called defaults almost every round. And then if you need to hit the big red button, all right, guys, let's do something a little bit more targeted here. And then within the default, there's so many different moves you can do, right? The default is just the baseline. What comes on top of that is like the triple nades that everybody saw before, or a bit of a different maneuver to find a pick early, like this.
Yeah,
fozy going up quite quick towards sandbag. So this is a different look.
You see a lot of AWPers go for this. I mean, it requires team unity. But those mid-round short clears are very susceptible to an AWPer that's got there early and posted up.
Trying to flush him out here. Oh.
I think we just both made the same involuntary sound.
Well, they get the info, so that's what this is all about, right? So the info's taken, they're not going to re-peek that anytime. And also what it means for Fozy is, well, I need to drop back and find a new avenue of approach. So dipping all the way back now from B.
There's a safe way to do the same thing.
Yeah, little boost up with a flash. So starting to think on their toes, LFO. But still need to get the Dougs in all the right places here. Hampus out long. Rez, Plopski coming up connector. Tag and Fozy bringing up the rear with that C4. Couple of smokes, couple of flashes, and a Molotov to make this one work. 50 seconds remaining, and it does feel like they're going to do the full court press onto A.
What have we got? We've got 2 smokes, make it 3 smokes, Molotov and double flash. So they've got all the bells and indeed some of the whistles. Tag lines it up and prepares for the contact points. I wonder if it's going to be long first. Hampus has just been boosted over the wall, so Sterling doesn't know.
Yeah, he's going to be a bit lurky here as Hampus. He might be able to scale up, just pounce as the execute comes in. This is perfect from Hampus.
And if Hazza... Oh, great flash, and he does clear. Never mind the if. Hazza's got him. And now Sterling as well catches them as the flashes are in the air. There's good grounds for this. Sterling stands strong. LFO look to make it 3 in a convincing one here.
Yeah, that was good. We saw a lot of little movements within that round that were tidy, but now Fozy trying not to go down after time, spotted and will be able to get that loss bonus, loses the AWP in the process, but multiple players staying alive there for LFO. They carry through 3 AK-47s and an AWP, so this is starting to look good now on this CT side.
Hell yeah, they take the 3 AKs all day. I just want to see them not lose it. And also, I don't think I've cashed an LFO game where they haven't lost one gimme.
Yeah, true. The light buys, yeah.
If I was their coach, and I'm not, because I don't want to impede on Ben, but I'd probably advise that that's something we would love to achieve before we leave, is like a full game. Doesn't matter if we're losing, it's just a full game where we're not losing the rounds we shouldn't.
Yeah.
Like these ones, for example, whereas a single Desert Eagle, we saw what Entropiq did. Elian would just walk into sites and kill your entire squad.
Just avoid Plopski is the name of the game here. Or blow him up immediately. So let's see how this one goes, because it is Sterling and Hazza again holding off towards A. They've had that magical timer transpire, and they're going to for a passive stance on the side. So this is where this... Oh, nice nade. Good bit of softening up done there. This is where this could go wrong, right? Like, oh, okay. Not looking to go wrong now. They should have enough for call out the rotation.
It feels
it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. It's all good. It's all good. It's more like just, swatting away some flies.
Yeah.
That's what that was like.
I don't know. In my mind, it was Sterling misses, as an AWP, Hazza's drop mouse unplugs. Actually, it's a wireless one. Everyone's living the wireless lifestyle these days. The technology, the future is now, Chad. The future is now.
I still have to get my hands on a wireless keyboard. I had the option to get one, and I don't know why. I just, for whatever reason...
It's a keyboard.
Whatever, yeah, I know. But for whatever, I was like, actually, you know what? Maybe I won't get a wireless keyboard. But
quick smoke from them. Looks like they're going to be requiring Tag to just hold it fast on B. I wonder what the call is here from Hampus. They know they've got the closest affair so far here against LFO.
This is different. Look, though, they played 2 down connector. Apoc's actually floated over towards A to help Hazza. So they're saying Sterling up with a short pick. They're hoping for more of this B-centric play to find a pick for NIP over towards Sewer. And that's not the case. They've changed up the spread. Rez, Fozy, and now Hampus all over towards A. And this is like the classic round you would see on an overpass, right? You would traditionally have 3 players come to deal with this side of the map. You'd have 1 player holding down and battening down the hatches of connector, which is Plopsky, and Esatag to be babysitting the backyard of B, just making sure they can't push. But this is where the contact happens. Not ready for it. Great shot from Apoc.
Yeah, that's exactly what they were hoping for. And now they can perhaps retool and get out of there. Obviously not through toilets, as that is very much occupied. Rush making that clear. Esatag bringing the bomb as well. So a 3-man gathering. And it looks like, yeah, that LFO are starting to maneuver their pieces back up towards the A site in time. Apoc going to be the 3rd component.
Just lining up these nades right now. Going in for this A execute one more time. See if Hampus can find that room that was denied earlier. Here they come.
niko, we'll see a lot on this jiggle. Safe from the flash. Oh, it was a brilliant read in terms of saving the day.
Nice nade.
Great nade. Puts the bomb loose. He's going to have to retrieve that. It's going to be awkward to retrieve. Hazza could punish if he only knew. They should be able to contest at least the bodyguards of this plant. Hampus cleared, hard clear needed. He's tapping ahead. Good shot.
Bomb went down.
They haven't spammed. Yeah, Fozy can't win the round. No time. Survival. The name of the game, and his bottom spanked as well. That's big. LFO take the lead.
That's great from Sterling. He spammed him through the box there while planting, right? Denies that. Makes sure that the 40 seconds doesn't get thrust onto the clock. And there you go. A proud dad moment. Big smile on the face of Ben in the background there. Keeping the morale of the troops high and forcing a timeout out of NIP. So this is what we're looking for. Just to put them through their paces, just to make them work, to make them have that level of respect we talk about. That's definitely here. You heard Hampus talking about, you know, it's good to see some new faces, having the guys coming over from Oceania.
I think it also, you can't avoid it when you do kind of play against teams like this, meet teams like this, especially from regions you're not always competing against. You're reminded that you know, you're not the only one that's had this dream.
Sure.
You know, it kind of takes you back to where you were when you were chasing that. This is what you were talking about. Great bang on the dice box. Most people expecting that bomb to go down, myself included.
Yeah.
And yeah, and perhaps Sterling just far too wise for us. He's got 10K in the bank as well. Good to see his name in the feed.
Looking good from the A defenders, which are Hazza and Sterling, both with 8 kills. So nice stuff so far. Savage and Licky also had that moment on the B-bomb side to stop the onslaught of the attack, and Apoc seems to be that more rotator position here. So looking tidy now, looking like it could be a 6 as long as those gimmies. Now this one, maybe just a gim without the E's, because it's quite threatening with the Deagles and the util behind it, and they know that they can take this long control. Sterling is perched up with a passive angle, so the angle that he's currently sitting back over towards the side, he can spot and fall quite easily here. But ahead of the smoke, needs to be careful. Where did that first bullet hit him from? Was that a team bullet?
Really? Yeah, it's Hazza, I think.
Yeah, maybe accidentally a stray bullet there, but
if I was Sterling, I'd have been a bit miffed and a bit confused.
Yeah, well, they're coming still.
Toilets is theirs. Flashes are done. Oh, no, they're not. There's another one. Sterling could get swung on. Apoc blind. Not going to be stopped too quick. Plopsky, another frag on the Deeg. Hazza holds fast. That's 3 from him. And looking for his 4th. There Beautiful. You go. In the absence of Sterling, we have ourselves a Hazza. Quad kill from the Aussie. And puts us up to 6 now on this CT Hall. That is, what, 4 in a row? 5 in a row.
Looking tidy now, isn't it? Okay, well, let's see. Because on a map like this, I remember, I think it was during the RMR that we did. I think it was NIP up against Skade. And this is when they had LNZ in the team, right? And they had like a really, really rough T side. I think it was like a 12-3 or something. And then they came back and ended up winning the game because LNZ had all this massive impact. So don't count NIP out yet. I'm sure nobody is. But I'm saying 4 rounds on the T side already is very good. I'm sure that they're going to be able to convert a couple more. Let's see, because LFO, it's starting to work. It's starting to click right now. Hazza doesn't look scared anymore, taking a bunch of fights, right? They're cohesive as a team here, and well, turning their affections back towards B. It could be a monster pop. Fozy could throw out the nose flash from this position.
Oh, Savage, he thought about re-smoking it, but he hasn't, and now they can just walk through. It's too late for that. Oh, look at that! A multi-kill mastery. Savage sprays down 2. He's got Licky to combine, and just like that. Who needs to smoke when you've got a spray?
This is great. Like, starting to come together. They're reading the game well. They're locking out all the key choke points. Hampus and Ko are getting stumped here, and now they find themselves in a 2-on-5 situation where even damage shouldn't necessarily be name of the game. Max lost bonus, sure, not getting a plant, that sucks, and another one hits the deck. Sterling's AWP rings true, leaving faze last man standing. Baiting him in. Beautiful stuff there. Lovely stuff just playing for info. Great little team play. Savage grabs another one in the round and 7-4. All right. Like, this is a proper game now. Nuke, it never felt like it, right? Nuke, at no juncture did it feel like LFO had any say in things. But actually, the way that these rounds have gone, not too many of them have felt competitive. They've actually felt like LFO have been playing the big boy Counter-Strike that we want to see. So this is great. Now remember, NIP started things off with the pistol and conversion, so that's where the lion's share of their rounds have come from. As far as gun rounds have gone, they've been relatively stumped, and without those plants I'm talking about, they haven't had one in the 6 rounds on the trot here. They're not able to consistently use the max loss bonus to buy.
These are the rounds where I fear for LFO the most. There will be a page out of this book and the idea to get overwhelmed, but we have seen evidence that they've got some of the kinks out of the system. They are taking more aggressive maneuvers to get information. If they don't take information early, you can have 5 Tech 9s charging at you.
Yeah, when we saw it before, they were able to get onto the site, right, and then Sterling had to get that wallbang through the box there to stop the plant. So if we do have this situation again, those are the rounds where when it gets real swarmy and chaotic, it can be problematic. Hazard in no man's land needs to get out, and will.
Ooh, okay.
Have a lot of nades here for this again, Alex. Look at all the smokes, 3 of which the molly. So they can run a similar or same execute onto A. It's just going to come down to, I think, who gets the opening kill with then the follow-up trade.
It is going to be Sterling and Hazard tested again. Look at this barrage of util. But that doesn't stop Sterling plucking Plopsky from the pack. Oh, Hazard so blind, overwhelmed. Weapon falls into enemy hands, and this is where things can get dicey. The smokes won't be up forever, though, and a coordinated retake is the remedy. Kit's present, smoke 2. Nice nade onto the S attack. Double nade, double trouble. This is looking great for the retake. APOC shuts it down. Mystery solved, and we will see 8.
1 out the half. Look, this is really good stuff. Like, I could see the smoke wall coming in. I think they dropped a defensive one of their own. That was trying to give Hazard a bit more of a buffer to work with. Still gets found on out.
Double nade from your B retakers. I mean, that's gaming. That's gambit, you know? Like, that's what I want to see.
Yeah, and then they're handling these retakes very, very serviceably. So, yeah, nothing to complain about. Might be a bit of a change of tune here. That was the only real bit of action that you had if you're an NIP fan in that one. Nice nades, well placed. Beautiful stuff in APOC as well. Just the hard clear on the corner with the follow-up.
Really cool. Really, really nice to see. APOC with a triple, and now we've got another gun test. 11 would be an absolute pipe dream. Let's see if LFO can get close.
That would be a wild half. We could even go to a third if they are able to pick up the remainder of rounds here within the CT half. Yeah. Still going to need to do a lot of heavy lifting on that T side. Not necessarily where they've shown their best face.
Yeah, certainly. Which, all the more reason to get every round you can here on the defense. You've already won the half. They're trying to test Savage again.
I think one of the positives that you do have, if you are LFO, is you do have gun rounds in the back pocket. It's not lose one and you're done. You're going to be able to buy for at least 2 more rounds after this.
So they could see an underpass is clear. Savage, quote-unquote, calls monster clear. They're all just tucked in the blind spot. faze trying to show presence long, so it feels the same. Feels threatening. Rez taking toilets. Hazard spots out 1 on long. Don't want to see these B rotators fall for this bait. There is a hook in the water right now.
Yeah, faze is going back to throw this same smoke, so this will land at the mouth of long. Damage done a little bit to Savage there, and that's a big shot. Not afraid to step back into it, Savage.
Big boy counter. More coming. Closing the gap and ready. Oh, just averts his gaze. S-Attack's on his way. Sterling, not the weapon for this job. He's going to have to hold sandbags. APOC in support, but with the orb. APOC needed to be there. Rez deletes him from the underpass, and now, yeah, running out of options. LFO has caught 1 on the rotate. That will keep Rez difficult. Hold for the boys of the CT side. APOC not really got much to do about this. Plopsky, head spotted, bomb planted. And that second buy you were discussing will be coming into it.
Has us rotated around the world here, coming back, so they could be expecting him to come sandbag, but now he's giving himself away with the nade. Apoc still not able to land a shot, eventually does.
And Short nearly goes down as well. Rez left on just 10 HP, but yeah, caught out. And NIP, they did throw a different flavor into that one.
Yeah, they're obviously trying to fake the way that long piece looked. I think right there, Savage's shot was nice, but they must have seen him cross back over, or at least heard the sound cues, because they were very ready for the right-hand side. Esatag with an essential trade right here, a good shot of his own. And this one here from Rez. You were right about the wrong weapon for the job. If you're Sterling at this point, you can't really go forward, you can't really go backwards. What are you meant to do? Well, sit there like a bit of a tit and get your head ripped off. Now, a technical timeout has been called on the side of NIP. You can see here, Plopsky just calling for some admin assistance, but I'm sure we'll get that one sorted out ASAP. And look, I mentioned there's enough for buy rounds in the next two. Fortunately for LFO, there's only 2 more rounds. So they will be fully equipped, or as close as they can be for those final couple of rounds here.
Oh, this music's got me feeling some.
This is like an underdog song we're going on right now. And LFO, they're able to push to the double digits on the ZT side.
I see them all galloping on horseback.
Okay.
It's a wide open shot.
Is it unicorns and they're galloping on clouds? Or is it a little bit more down to earth?
Woodland. It's woodland.
Woodland?
Like, you know, there's the scattered shadows through the leaves as they have the wind in their hair.
Oh, you've gone Lord of Rings again, haven't you?
Maybe.
Is it just...
They're in
tell me Ben still has his cape on.
They're in Fangorn Forest and they find Ben. He's actually sitting on a tree ent. He's actually...
A tree ent?
He's on the shoulders of Treebeard.
Okay.
He goes, "G'day, boys. I found us some help." And
that is much better today, by the way.
And then the music swells.
Okay.
And LFO win the 9th round.
Okay. All right.
I really like that music. Why is it gone? I was really like...
Well, because this is the timeout music and we're in a timeout.
Oh, touche.
It's technical music and timeout music.
I like the technical music. I'm a big fan, a proponent for more of technical timeouts from now.
Okay. Just for the songs.
Yeah, and there's Ben. We're
look, he's majestic, isn't he?
I don't know if he sourced his own flag. Oh, is that? They're looking for OrgӀ flag. Yeah, respect.
Also repping here. They've been out to the local T-print store.
Yeah. I mean, this is just such a wild ride for him. Talking to him yesterday as well, like, I think what you're seeing here, and the reason he's been such an endearing presence in the Pro League, is that there is an opportunity for parents that don't quite understand to see a parent that fully understands.
Yeah.
Like there are very few parents that can sit behind their son playing Counter-Strike and understand exactly why it's as enthralling as the game we know. And the game we love. Hazard with some Aggie boost.
Yeah, this is very Rain-esque here, isn't it? Quite aggressive.
Not sure if Rez would have spotted his butt cheeks there.
First time they've done this, though. Oh, and get a flash and get on out here. So retained a bit of space for a while, but Hazard thinking better of overstaying is welcome. Interested to see what the timeout from DJL is going to net here, because so far they've parked the bus of Hampus over towards Sewer. Rez is assisting. Plopsky's still in connector. So we're back to the 2-1-2 of the default, as it could well be known. But another move, another little boost.
This is what I wanted to see. LFO are just constantly innovating.
Oh, the timing seems to be their worst nightmare, Alex.
Oh, it makes me want to punch the screen. That's a nasty one to concede just as you set yourself up in the prime position. The door's naded off. Plopsky looking for info. He's just also a bit of a gamer. Knocks you off and punished for the misplaced jump.
Plopsky's the first player right now to get themselves up to double digits here on the NIP side. There's another one hitting the deck, and there's the smoke one more time, done from way downtown. But that just keeps the mystery on A. And look, in a situation that is 3v5, you might want to just allow Sterling to patrol with the AWP passively and hope that Apoc and Savage can stop them coming up short. Close monster defense, this is good. Oh, I spotted now. I think they're in trouble.
Yeah, and they're focusing on Monster and short. Oh, wow, Apoc delivers. More to come. Savage stands to deliver another, but now the sight lost and Sterling to rotate in. Oh, he's got the right angle. Hold. Oh, just a second shy on the pull of the trigger. And Rez ready to finish the job, but Sterling's quicker. 1-on-1 now.
Orb.
Orb. Potential wallbang. Fosie's not moved.
Oh, he thinks he's lost him, has he?
No, he's just got the patience. And there's the confirmation, just the tip. Done! That'll do nicely. Sterling locks it down for LFO. And they will find a 9th. Cool clutch. Big team to be doing it up against, and not an easy round to convert.
Great stuff there, and really good from Apoc with a double kill coming through. I like the monster defense. Even though Savage got spotted on the fade of the smoke, Apoc really bailed them out there in a big way. Essential multi-kill, and this is the one that was the most frustrating death in the round, but you win it, who cares? And it's with a Galil that Plopsky manages to get that damage down, just doing a bit of a crab walk away. attempt from faze was there, but yeah, look, here we go. Final round to play here within the first half. AKs are out in full force for NIP. Util's good as well. Let's see what they can offer up here. Starting to feel themselves, LFO. Oh.
Feeling themselves.
A little bit blind on that one, didn't he?
Was, yeah. Sterling, though, definitely after all of that, has thinking better of it. He could be in trouble here, Sterling. Fully committed to this. He's going to be flashed, of course. He's going to be flashed. Turns it. Oh, gaming tonight. Another chance to get away. Turns it. Always got respect for an AWP that can get his AWP back onto target with his eye pressed to it the entire time for that anti-flash move. Bomb picked back up by faze, and they're looking to retool and head back to B.
Oh, Apox copped a couple of bit of spam there, and I think astralis just going to walk in.
Yeah, so I mean, there's cursory glances from Apoc. He's got so many nades, though. You don't want to see him go down. A single pop flash.
Good entries.
Completely massacres the openings. No one left for the defense of the A side, excuse me, of the B side. The A defenders, Sterling and Hazza, running into a trap.
astralis in a powerful position here. Could close this one down right here, right now. Just one more to find. And Sterling left in a clutch again.
It's a very tall order. Just missing astralis as he rounds the corner away.
Just look at that, how much time that just bled off. The Sterling has to clear close, just because astralis was there and repositioned. Great play from astralis.
He's won the round for that one. See what Sterling's got to do with this now, and too many men, not enough time. That's a sixth for the Ninjas, but LFO certainly looking for some redemption. A very competitive half. They forced NIP to respect, and I expect that this could be a banger of a second half.
I'm staying in water because my ears are literally out.
Alright. Me and you are rotating.
I'm jump shooting Menzel.
I can get to Bintet. I have a molly.
Yeah, coming up bank.
Alright, I'm back.
Trying to
medic
flash.
Yep. Go inside.
Nice,
Got
come
one
on,
nice.
truck.
Nading truck again.
You planted it again.
I'm gonna try into smoke.
He planted truck again?
I'm not sure. No, it's off plan now.
Left side, picked up bomb. Smoke. Yeah. He's on truck.
Default.
Bang him.
Push right. Push
dead. Push right
No
dead.
bomb, no time.
Nice, boys.
I'll kill him.
Oh, it's fumbled.
I got humbled. Nice. Six. Big round, guys.
What happened to your inners? They're falling out. And I couldn't hear him. I'm just gonna push con. I'm sitting there like this, one hand on the mouse, like.
You play better with no sound.
Right.
Hey Future Pros! Today I thought I'd teach you all how to do the famous quad boost on overpass. To execute this boost, you must have 5 Future Pros and 1 AWP. Future Pro number 1, you have the easy job. All you have to do is run and stand in this spot. Future Pro number 2, you will have to jump onto the head of Future Pro 1 by jumping from the railing. Future Pro number 3, now that Future Pro 2 is nice and situated, you can now jump onto their head by also jumping from the railing. This is higher than 2 people, so you'll be sliding when you jump onto their heads. Make sure you are sliding into the wall and try not to slip off. Future Pro number 4. Your job is to get Future Pro 5 on top of everybody else's head. You need to crouch down and let Future Pro 5, FP5, hop onto your head and get in their spot. Lucky Future Pro number 5. You actually get to shoot something. Hop on top of your teammate's head and you should easily be able to jump on top of everybody else's. You will also be sliding when up there, but you should be able to make it around the corner while sliding into the wall. Now you'll have a clear vision to a few spots on B, so take your time and place your shot. Happy boosting.
Looking for OrgӀ, looking for 16. They'd love to take a map, especially off a team like the Ninjas. And, well, Hampus has been scratching his brow at times. It was a strong defense. It was a strong defense. They managed to keep the Ninjas in Pyjamas T-side caged, and we will look to see if their T-side woes continue here, Chad. What's been your biggest critiques and takeaways of the LFO's T-sides? I mean, it has been lacking. We know statistically it's been their worst side, and they've struggled to post a single T round at times against Entropiq.
Yeah, it's just the way that they just commit. It almost feels like they're doing all of their calls from spawn, right? It's like, oh, this is what we're doing, boys. That you have to be able to, in Counter-Strike, especially at the top level, be able to adapt to what comes your way. You can have a plan, sure, but you need to be able to think on your toes and react accordingly. And Apoc, well, he's the man who's forward here. One odds, yeah, not favoring them whatsoever.
He won the first pistol. They'd love to go 2 for 2 here.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? If NIP get both pistols in this game, right, they've only in that first half had 3 gun rounds. So you could see just how humble the LFO are actually keeping them. And this is a respectable match now. This isn't just like, oh, what can we learn? This is a, okay, NIP, let's see what you got. Oh, they had 4 players on B there, not bad.
Out, but it doesn't matter.
Oh!
Fozy gets them all. Oh, there was one man to defend the site, but Fozy tap and tap, 2 gone now. Sterling threading the needle.
Bomb plant would be nice. I'm really just saying it would be nice. It'd give them a force in the next, whereas if they don't get the bomb down, it's just going to be full eco.
Oh, he's going to try. And they're boosting. It should be a safe plant at least. Oh, that's a big headshot, Licky. Just not really allowed to move. And
look at Apoc's flank here. I don't think Sterling can hold them at the gates for a good 10 seconds, Apoc.
Yeah, he's going to try. They are, not giving much up, and now everyone's going to go searching. Go on, Apoc, the 1v5 flank. That's what we're talking about. Planted not for him.
And there's the defuse.
There's the defuse. So maybe he gets 1.
Maybe just keep the armor. The armor's pretty good.
Hello. Goodbye.
The armor.
Please.
Yep. There we go. Okay, so we have seen LFO when they get the bomb down on Nuke. They decided to go for a force buy. Let's see. They have 2 options here. And this would be a good time for a classic Ben timeout, I think, because you can either go for the eco now, right, next round have some AKs out, or you can go for the force now and see if you can keep it quite honest. Now, we can see with NIP's buy, they've gone very rifle heavy, actually into 4 M4s and a FAMAS. And, well, that helps when everybody's staying alive. These MAC-10s and Galil are going to have to be used accordingly. So the best place for these would be a connector or a bit of a B play, but space already taken. This is going to be powerful for Plopsky.
Yeah, Plopsky has no head armor, so has a swinging that door open. There's a potential for him to actually punish that. No helmet. The MAC-10 much more potent.
Oh, okay. They're rescinding right now into something a little bit more passive. Door swings open. Astralis spots a lot. Damage done on the spam, but they can still set up for the set piece.
Damn good nade too. Plopsky jumped at, and they're not ready for that. Plopsky 2 and now only Apoc with a frag back is a quick defense, a solid defense, and yeah, justifying going for those 4 M4s. They keep all of them.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's great. That sets them up on such a pedestal going forward, because now not only did LF only get 1 kill, they're going to have an eco right now, so it's likely just to see the Deagles come out. And if NIP can keep the lion's share of their forces alive, of the 9 rounds that they will have attested to their name, assuming they get conversion in the next, well, 6 of them will have come from pistol and conversion. So that's quite tidy, right? That's why when we talk about the power of the pistols, now it's not as bad as it used to be. It used to obviously count for a little bit more, but and the rounds weren't as threatening with the force buys and all those goodies. But yeah, let's see. 4 meat cleavers and a P250 with head armor walk into round number 18.
We'll see if it's a joke or not. Four Deagles walk into a bar. And the security kicks out one of them. Hazza not allowed to continue.
Big wave of the finger there. No, no, no. We get fnatic versus MOUZ up next. That's going to be a very important game for the day. And then G2 versus Entropiq last, which is... look, that one is very important if you're a G2 fan. I'm excited to see more from Mezzy. Like, I think that he's a beast, that guy. I think that he's an absolute animal. It's and I don't think we've even seen the best from him yet. We've seen glimpses of what's been possible. Obviously, we had the whole Cloud9 thing. He's found himself in fnatic now. I think if they can get themselves a stable roster, Poison's put up a great shout to say, "Hey, buy me. You know, I'm on the market. I can be an AWPer," and they're looking for an AWPer, right? They know they have Regali. Nice shot. But I think that trio right there could be tidy, and then depending on what they want to do, we're seeing Banjo and Pepsol's obviously been with the team throughout the RMRs. Be curious. Like, I don't know what's happening with Crims. Apparently, he was unwell, and that's why he couldn't come here. But we know that Brolin is likely headed elsewhere.
Oh, oh, savage! Absolutely murks him. If they can build a round out of this, LFO with a... Oh, okay, I thought he hit something else. Sterling's now out and about. 2 towards the heaven position. Apoq's gone down. It's up to Sterling to convert what Savage started. Some good clicks, but it's not to be. Make it 9, but forcing some rebuys at the bare minimum.
Yeah, tidy shots there. Also, MOUZ, we've seen a bit from them, like in their slower approach. They've been very default heavy, you know, glimpses from the individuals. I don't think we've even seen completely what they have to offer yet. I think we're still refining what they have. Bemis is surprisingly, because we all have the Toysy hype, Bemis coming back has been one of the more standoutish names, just to see his confidence. He's been doing some lurking. He's been finding impact with the entries as well. Some clutches from Bemis. So, you know, I'm excited with all of these teams to see us whir into it, because realistically, Pro League is a bit of a ramp in for the European teams for the RMR that's just, well, 6 or 7 weeks away now, and that's where you're playing for all the marbles for the major qualification. So if everybody can evolve and grow over that time, that's what we want to see. Oh, Fozy's been heard. And they've taken complete B backyard control here. So Apoq's been sent packing. Estetag can just slink on in and reside here on his lonesome. Plopsky can turn his attention towards Connector, and then Fozy, Rez, and Hampus can sit pretty over towards A for now. And yeah, Apoq's aware of all this aggression. At minute 13, that smoke will drop. It's going to buy time until the sub 1 minute mark. And then if he wants to retake it, so many bloody angles.
So Estetag walked up, underhanded that smoke, and now Plopsky's the one that's going to try and nutmeg through it. See, Hazard's got some good protocols to clear himself out a path.
Yeah, the problem is there's just so many angles you have to worry about when you give up that territory, where you just added a whole bunch of extra things you have to clear, and they've actually rerouted back towards B. The smoke fades. And they want to pop towards B. Feels like they have a hint that this is coming. Fozy's just re-smoke monster from spawn, I believe. They're going to have to run through it, yeah.
Have to go through. Oh. Flash and a grey screen. A horrible, potent mix that Plopsky plucks 3. And you hurt the touch in the S key.
Save. Just hold on to these AKs. No point giving this up. Really no point giving away these. That was so well handled. Like, the timing of that was picture perfect, right? They were close. They must have had the mental timer of when the smoke was going to fade as well. You can see Fozy getting his just in time, and then the flash off the back of it. Really well done from NIP there. Can only sing the praises when you see moves like that, and Plopsky's going to be happy. You don't get better kills than when they're running through Monster, just a linear little tunnel blind.
Yeah, and by getting that early control Monster, you could do such a deep smoke, which took so much time off the clock that play was a round winner.
Yeah, indeed.
Let's flash, 30 seconds, that you know that they can't just sit and stare at your smoke with 10 seconds left after it's gone, so they are going to be there. Perfect timing on it, perfect move, and a 3K off the back of it.
They haven't gone all in right now, LFO, behind the saved AKs. They've just partially invested with some Deagles, a little bit of Kevlar on Licky and some nades. So wanting to make sure they can have a big buy in the next round. Here's some dunk nades set up, and actually destined for success. They land, they get a kill and a half. Plopsky's almost dead too. Now we're talking.
That's going to feel good.
We've seen them go for a couple of the triple set nade maneuvers over the course of the different maps they've played here, but that may be one of the first that's actually netted them anything.
Yeah, 2 double nade kills so far on Overpass alone.
Oh yeah, the truck one as well, right, on the retake. That was nice.
So they're up long, feeling good about it. The only question is whether or not this is going to fall into that Dust 2 category where...
Well, Rez has the AWP.
Rez has an AWP, yeah. Well, he had an AWP. Plopsky's now going to be given the benefit of the Bogdan law.
This actually gets sketchy now.
Yeah, if he peeks and goes down with his 1 HP, hello. He does take one with him, but that might accelerate them. Yeah, Savage knife out. You can see his intent. He's going to go through this. Or
flash me through, he says. Oh, wait, they can cancel. There is time. Yeah, they don't have to full commit to this. So hitting the brakes, not going full Rambo.
And that's why Apoq's continuing.
Oh, hello.
Bloody hell.
Hi, guys.
Sterling. I'm looking at the mini-map. He's gone ninja the AWP right under their noses. That's a big upgrade. And it's on the AWPer. That might change their plans again. Now, they're walking into the stack. 4v3. Let Sterling try and find one on the way in. Close corner needs to be cleared. Close corner needs to be cleared. And Rez occupies it. He's going to go for a complete melting of the attack. Rez takes 3.
Well played there from NIP, just keeping it tucked. Good kills and good idea there. That molly just front sight, it completely splits the attack. You want to like scale and take that space, but you have to wait it out. The time's a problem. You're flustered. And you end up dropping the ball. So 11-9, just 5 more required now for NIP to get this done in 2-0 fashion. If you are just joining us today, Well, it is indeed for NIP getting first place within the group. They have already managed to get themselves in top 3, but a first place would get them all the way through to the quarterfinals, which will be taking place after the groups conclude. So it's a big win. Like, it's an important win. It's going to save you a whole round of playoffs that you don't have to play.
Doornated off. Awkward smoke to maneuver. Hampus at any time can peek. And, oh, actually a counter.
This door getting blown off, it's crazy how long it took for that to become as a consistent part of the meta. Like, players harassing the door and doing the boost that you're seeing connected, that was pretty common for a long time. I remember CLG with JDM and FNS doing that, you know, back in the day. But the door getting blown off meta, it's been around for a decent chunk of time now, but still evolving the little details of the map. Connected control at least. Bathroom still a bit of a mystery here. Sterling's AWP prying eyes towards long, and, well, same deal for APOC, just babysitting the backyard. But nades have already started to be siphoned through here, and that's where they're going to come into a couple of problems. They are going through the default spread, yeah, but they're not getting any fights. There's nothing to react on, and now to execute with, they're only going to find themselves 2 smokes, 2 HEs, a flash, and a Molotov. So it's going to need to be done with the help of the bullets. Can't just be the U2 hoping to corral and make this one easy.
Yeah, and Hazza doesn't clear his corners. Rez is going to start heating up, and another easy defense. They repel the invaders. A nice find from APOC to at least
save again.
Get the weapon back out of dodge. So Savage and APOC maintain the rifles.
I think one of the things is, I'd have to like watch a bit more, maybe watch on Shadow GG or something, I reckon, just watch top downs. But you know, I was talking about how they're just executing from spawn. That obviously wasn't execute from spawn, they did a default, right? It's very difficult on a map like Overpass to execute it from spawn unless it's a B rush. But one of the things the top teams do is they'll put themselves in a position where the CTs might want to come back in too late for an info play. Right, so you want to do a move to get you some territory, then you can hold on to that territory, and then if they come, you can either fall back or you can fight, right? Whereas, like, right there was, we have to commit to A, because that was all their nades. And look, obviously, due to the financial situation, this, that, and the other time as well, there's a lot to dig into here, but at least they've called the timeout. They're first. Wonder how much Benny Boys had to do with this one. But yeah, 2 saved guns and not enough money for everybody to full purchase behind it. It might just be the 2 AKs with the Deagles again.
We need a hero.
I need a hero.
All right, boys. Let's see if we can get a T round on the board. I think the grand total of their T round haul at this group stage has not been pretty. It's good to see APOC at the top of the scoreboard as well, but perhaps indicative that some of those players have met their maker. Hampus completely actually caught out. This is great. Could build upon it if they can run him down. APOC provides an opening. Plopsky, an equalizer. Slowing it down, react accordingly. Looks like Plopsky really is feeling himself, very, very willing to take fights regardless of the low HP.
Isn't it such a crazy prospect? I've already mentioned this, but if we get Plopsky back to that like good form that he was in, this was back Krieg OrgӀ at a time, right? Remember him on train. Like, that's how you know you're going back when you're mentioning maps that aren't in the pool anymore. But it'd be so cool to see, and that consistency of Rez, like those two alone, alongside of Hampus, who we know we get consistent performances out of, it means that Hampus isn't needed in the same regard anymore, right? People are, he's always so aggro. Well, it's because his teammates weren't getting many kills, right? So the change around here of this team is looking really tidy. I don't think they have like world beater status yet, but they have such a great base.
Fosie's caught a lovely timing there on their sweep. Licky plucked from the pack, and here comes some more trouble. They get the info, they know he's toilet side, and oh, don't you dare, don't you dare. That was some wall bang. Damn, APOC does go down. Where is the follow-up trade? Oh no, Fosie has bested the only other AK in play. APOC and Savage meet his AWP, at least.
Yeah, this one at least.
But Sterling gets his AWP upgrade, and now let's see if that clutch, we talked about a hero, is Sterling up to the task. Oh, caught out on the smoke fade. Plopsky did not see that coming, and now 1v1. Sterling's already clutched up once for LFO.
This.
He's already ready. Will he second guess getting his head, or is he just going to hold the line?
Hey.
That's Sterling. 2 for 2 on the clutches, and he pulls it across. The hero has arrived, and we got double digits.
Beautiful stuff right there. 18 kills for Sterling, now 17 for Apox. That's a massive clutch to win, and off the back of a timeout. So getting it done here. Now they got plenty of cash to splash, no dramas in the buyer department, and they're actually putting NIP in a bit of an awkward situation. They're having to heavily invest all their pennies here, not going to have too much left in the bank balance going forward, and Rez is even into a Famis. But Fozy got away with so much here, right? The fact that they didn't punish him earlier, they had to worry about the players on the bomb site. Eventually Sterling comes on through, and the individual prowess showing how it's done. But right here for LFL, if they can win this round, Alex, they can break the bank of NIP.
This is everything. Winning one T round's great, but winning a string of them could very well lead to a third. Oh no, caught out, double take. Campus not gonna let that one go. Aggressive on the CT side, and they might just have to flash and go. Yeah, Fozy though, he's gonna be flashed off. And that's a big find from Licky. As a tag on the sandbags. The molly's good. Short is how they'll be retaking from. Util's present from the T's. Don't want to overthink this. They're established now, they're deep.
Sterling has the bomb. Need to give that to somebody else to plant. Just allow that AWP to post up. More utility coming through, and they're even boosting.
Oh, this is a powerful boost if you're not ready for it. They slip off. Sound cue perhaps heard. And now Sterling's actually the one to get the bomb down. So it is an NIP retake. This is very promising for LFO. Don't forget what's at stake here. If NIP lose this and lose their rifles, looking at
they're saving. They're saving. The respect. It's been bought. It's been earned. Big round for LFO. All right.
That's legit. That's a legit one out, yeah. It is not in NIP's favor to go for this. They even see the barrel of Hampus. Sterling, you really do not want to lose that AWP as well, so I will highlight that the bomb is close to you right now.
Yep, maybe just
Hampus, is he trying to do a little nasty punish on their save?
Has a molly.
Yeah, I thought we were going to be seeing a throwback to the dossier.
What's the AWP? He can get the AWP.
Oh, he is going to get the AWP.
Uh-oh.
Sterling just not convinced that Hampus would still be there, and
oh, he can't get it now. He's on flames. Yeah, all right. That's a.
At least they can't.
Yeah, nobody gets the AWP. If you can't have it, we can't have it. Nobody can have it, and nobody can buy it. Oh, actually, Apoc can. Mind my tongue. He's able to purchase that one up just for Sterling here, but that saved rifle is hugely important, right? If they didn't keep all those players alive, NIP would have been broken in the buy department. They're actually able to strap this one together and get everybody with a rifle at least. Util's good kits are plenty. Okay, we got a game on our hands now, everybody. Can it be 3 consecutive T rounds here from LFO?
Ooh,
ouch.
Very nasty way for Licky's round to start. Tap through the wall. And now kind of trapped, susceptible to every boost in the book. Wall bangs as well. Like, I think Licky's days are numbered. Savage has got a nice gap on that smoke.
Here comes the boost, though.
If they do boost, they'll be held. Or they were. Flashing and going. Licky does go down. That's the low HP, but there's the trade. That's the double up. If Hampus goes down, it could very well be another round. Rez and Fozy on the way. Smoke to plant some seeds of doubt. A flash through. Good molly.
Has to respect it.
Have to sit there. Nade onto the hold of Savage. Bomb now ticking. 4 versus 3.
There you go for this.
I don't know if ninjas are.
They're getting out. They're trying to get out. Get Hampus out. Get the leader out of town. Hold on to these guns again. 2,400 loss bonus now.
Oh, no.
Rez and Hampus will be able to drop M4s as long as they stay alive here, but that's just a quick pop from LFO. Things are starting to come together for them now. Now we're really getting into the game. Okay, all tied up, deep in the double digits. We did see them pick up a map over fnatic on Dust 2 the other day. This could be their second map win here within the Pro League.
It was funny having Ben spell out Counter-Strike maths. He's like, so we beat Fnatic on Dust 2, and Fnatic beat G2 on Dust 2, and G2 are number 2. Does that make us?
Yeah, Counter-Strike maths. Everyone's favorite. Everybody loves some Counter-Strike maths.
Oh, funny. 12-12 is not funny for the ninjas, though. LFO making them work for this, and it was great double entry. You can see Licky's flash, full assists as they walk on into that site and get that 2-for-1 deal.
They didn't drop the rifles, so they're just going to use the saved weaponry they have to be as potent as possible, and next round they'll have a great buy over there for NIP.
Would we classify this as a gimme then, Chad?
No, we wouldn't. 3 rifles, very threatening. I think that this is one of the hardest, or not hardest, harder type of rounds, because they're going to throw something a little bit more team-based and out of the box at LFO. So for them to not trip over their own shoelaces here, they do have to worry about a lot of unknowns.
And talking of unknowns, they're hedging. No one's holding that monster push. Full 5-man unit here.
Back rolling. Taking a page of the Tyloo strat book here.
Just stay as a pack and trade, and Hampus, I swear.
Someone needs to be looking.
No one's looking. At this staircase. Okay, Sterling, quick react. Fozy down on one. It's Rez, though, with the round the world flank. They're not going to clear him. At least a lazy one from Sterling. Paps behind. Apoc does at least stop the trip over. astralis doesn't have a weapon for this.
Needs to live here.
And Plopsky's gone. Looks like LFO are set for 13 first. And we will see it 3 rounds away from a second map successfully converted by LFO here at EPL.
Poof! All right. This is the top team in the group. And it is a bit of a funky group. We've definitely touched on multiple times the woes across the board for all these teams. But we've been getting fruity results. Like the fact that G2 lost yesterday to Fnatic, even though, you know, G2 had a stand-in of their own, it's still pretty rough going with a team, you know, who have just looked hot to trot over there in Katowice. So I think everything seems to be up in the air a little bit. The only thing that is for certain is no matter what happens, NIP is still in the top 3, right? I'm not saying by any means I think that LFO are going to win the series right now, but you have to keep him up. Lordy, how does he get that?
Had to get that.
How does he get
Apoc
that?
had to provide not only the frag onto Plopsky, but the one onto Fozy. Good stuff. It was Rez, excuse me, that was nearly ruining the day of them. It's nice to see they've got different variations of t-shirts. It's like one of their friends is definitely a graphic designer in the making.
Yeah, a little bit trippy.
Love it. It's more than I can say I've done.
Okay. Well, how far can you really push the issue here, LFO? Quick this time. Licky through to Sewer. Oh, spam. They have been chunked on down. Both Licky and Hazza half HP or less.
Hampus has no idea how gruesome of a double kill he got close to there. Oh, there's still potential for him to finish what he has started. Hazza's posted up in the unwall bangable corner. I think Hampus suspects it. He has got a molly he could throw out. Okay, Hampus. Fully aware.
And M will be licking that one out for days.
It's a crisp, it's a clean, and perhaps even a lock. This is a perfect flash for the toilet swing. No one's home, but Savage set up, and now I'm sure Rez is going to be on high alert.
This is good now. Savage can go and try and clear out bathrooms from this position.
Proper default.
Yeah, and they've been able to get the space they were looking for, right? It is a little bit rough with the sustained damage here. NIP limping through these nades. We are at about the 45-second mark as Monster gets re-smoked. So might channel them here to mainly try their luck up through the sandbag position. Or do they let Savage go put some pressure on A first to ping-pong around the map here?
You just can't have Fozy hit the first shot. A jiggle needs to come through.
It looks like Savage wants to lurk, or if he wants to fall back, he would have to start going now. So he's not making a fake. He's not really doing a lot at the moment.
Yo, they caught Apoc. Caught astralis. Apoc doubles up. Plopsky dead too. He's just opened up Monster. 20 seconds, this can still go wrong. Hampus can ruin a lot here. On the side of the flames, it forces his hand. Apoc gets the info. Need to see the plan. It's saved by Sterling. And call that 14. LFO is starting to become realistic. Within touching distance now of a victory, and look at the NIP coffers. They're barren, there's cobwebs, a little bit of popcorn. It's not what you want to be seeing at this stage in the game.
Yeah, look, this is the thing. Max loss bonus in play. It's not enough to get them the buy, and this is huge from Apoc. This is more like the entry fragging we saw from Mo and Dust 2 the other day. So great stuff to just crack open the site in such an important round, but this team heating up now. Hampus has gone into a hero M4. The rest have gone with some light upgrades of pistols, some Kevlar, some util, but that's about it. This could actually be a third map. I can't believe we're saying that right now.
Hampus is going to try and upset them with aggression, but it has led to his demise. That was the hero rifle, Chad. This only benefits the pursuit of 15.
Ancient next as well.
Oy, oy, oy.
Now we saw LFO on Ancient yesterday. It didn't look great, but let's see what they've been able to adjust and adapt overnight. I am getting a step or two ahead of myself here. They have to secure 15 first. And then, of course, the 16th. It's not going to be easy, but Apoc should have 2 easy ones now.
One will do. Does track Plopsky. Yeah, astralis is quick on the draw. And Sterling deleted. This can still go wrong.
Not like this, you want to say.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have anything, right? He's only got a USP in his hands here, so this would come down to Rez. But one of the things that Rez is thinking right now is, I have an AWP. We might not have an AWP next round, so...
What the hell? Wow. Well played by Fozy to actually make that USP viable. But you're right. This is the next conversation that you're starting. Does Rez want to hold on?
That's the thing. Do they want a double AWP setup? Because Fozy can afford one, right? He's going to get the 3,400 loss bonus. So he'll be able to buy one himself. But the question is, does Rez want to try and wield a double AWP? Because they could, right? We haven't really seen them run a double AWP setup on this map, and maybe that needs to be the key to success here.
Yeah, and it could very well be, right? And if LFO aren't able to adapt and identify that over the course of how many opportunities they're going to get, 3, map point that they look to have achieved. If they can't adjust and adapt to perhaps overrun those double orbs and exploit them, this could very well be the remedy NIP need to get us to overtime.
Yeah, look, overtime is where the whole game is going to completely change, and that's where I think LFO might find themselves in a lot of trouble.
I think all of NIP have played a lot more OT.
Yeah.
A lot more OT than LFO.
But yeah, an impressive showing, all things considered, right? The bar for LFO is set very low. But let's be honest, it's set very low. The bar for NIP also not set very high, but in this type of a matchup, the very clear favorites. And here we go. Round number 28. Just one more for the Aussies to get this one done.
Send NIP a humbling blow.
Well, they left the bomb at spawn. It's not a problem now. We'll see if it becomes a problem later.
Yeah, I think APOC will eventually end up grabbing that one. So early presence, but it's not deterred Licky. Look at this. Through and past the line of sight of Fozy. That's a start. Sterling now posted up if Fozy does get hungry for a peek, and it doesn't seem that'll be the case. Instead, lining up some util res, progressing long. It's Hazard that's actually stepped up to the plate to retrieve.
This here right now with the setup, the NIP just assumed, like, Fozy's luckily dropped back, but think about like a Vitality round when they were full French. Like, Apex would have had them just walk and slink completely past all of his line of sights there on a bit more of a timing, and it could really have punished this site. So, passive stuff from NIP with gaps. So there's a lot of mysteries for them in terms of how much space is being taken. They are assuming that LFO are going to give them some sound cues. Fortunately, Licky's thought better of that Molotov because this means it might be a bit more of a surprise. Still 3 NIP players over towards B. Just Rez and Fozy right now to respond to this.
They're thinking it through. This kill on Rez is going to be round defining. Do you boost? He's alone. Okay, so he will just park it and look to strike a timing as Rez reacts to Hazard and the boys.
This will be well timed, I think.
Fozy drops his smoke, but they are coming up banana aggressively.
Full rotate.
It's all about the timing. Does spank one. Savage gone as he retreats. Rez catches Licky on the long side. Does free him up for more focus. This is running out of LFO's time. Now bomb down Dice. APOC in the post plant. 4 versus 3. It's going to be a very tough retake. And especially if Sterling can post that orb up. Gets one. Is burning. Is surely dead. Sterling again with impact too. He could have asked for more.
No APOC's here.
Yeah, and he's been cleared out. It's a hard clutch for Hazard, and it's too difficult this time. Rez, he does a lot from that long position.
Oh, that got really, really sketchy there on the retake. Sterling with 2 great kills there, but handled. Good stuff from Hampus and Rez there. 3 for Rez in that round, retains the AWP, but that was a great attempt, a really good attempt. I like the pace of the execute. They drew out that full rotation from NIP that they had to respond to that as a unit.
Maybe I'm over-romanticizing, but seeing the Licky pull out the molly and then keep NIP in the dark, as you were highlighting, it's just, I don't know, dare I say it looks like learning. You know, like they realized that was their opportunity to keep the feet planted. It's a bit of a gamble, but
Indeed,
it pays off.
Look, they're not in any dramas as far as cash goes. And hold up, that's another timeout here. Yeah. If you're going to have a time to take a timeout, it would be now. And when you think about it earlier, when they took a timeout, I think it was in this half as well, they came back and they won rounds. That's what put them on the slew. That's what put them on the consecutive spree. So is this going to be the key to success right now? They're talking things through. They're taking their time. They're just giving this a chance to sit and simmer before they run into another minute and 55 seconds of Counter-Strike.
All right. Living this new fantasy land, it's actually Chad Sponge Bircher with the headset on.
Okay. I like the B-pop they did before. I thought that it was really well timed. And that's the thing is as well, over towards A, they just learned that it was a pretty passive stance. So you might want to be suckered into going for that again because it was so close to converting that, right? So there's a couple of nice options that they can return to where they have been able to find some traction. So either of the two, I think, would be nice. You have 2 more shots.
It does seem like we're going for that.
Look at this from Sterling.
Rinse and repeat. Clearing. Is Fozy going to put his head in the vice?
They understand they're being respected now. Look how much quicker that space has taken. It's so much lighter on the util they'd normally be throwing out. They're not even throwing the front bathroom smoke, which is always a tell of a default towards A.
Nice. Hazard through everything. This is a nice default for now, and they do have the main body towards long. Fozy's going to be the main man to provide the info. At the moment, he's just jumping for it, so it is a safe way to acquire it unless Sterling was posted up there, currently occupying the toilet hold.
just have so much of the map available to them here, Alex. Like Hampus is the only one who's really doing anything over towards the sewer position. Esatag and Plopsky still quite glued to focusing on monster. They have no idea if players could have walked up Sandbag because in previous rounds they've been executed on while trying to do those boosts. So they are wary. Now this is the thing. The shoe is on the other foot now. NIP don't exactly know which site is going to be attacked in the last 30 seconds of play. We can see it's going to be B, and Hampus, exactly. They don't have the info.
He's going.
He's hedging his bets.
Fully hooked and not quite line and sinker just yet. He has got Heaven to support them. Plopsky though trying to drop the incendiary, and that's the meat grinder. Good find from Licky. Need to see APOC activated, but perfect flash from Hampus. He's provided the overwatch they needed. Plopsky low from the nade, but 15 seconds.
Gonna save this AWP.
Have to keep the AWP in play.
Yeah, Sterling's had some impact, right? So you want to keep that in his hands, and as well, money's starting to look a little bit skimp here for a few of the players. Hazard with $100, Apox with only 1,500, and he's only going to get a 1,900 loss bonus. So important. Savage can drop 2. Right, Savage can drop 2 AKs, so that means that Hazard and Apoc will both be equipped. Licky could buy himself, and they can even drop some nades to make this one work, so everybody has a little bit more. But you may as well take another timeout if you are LFO here, right? I would. Why not? Just to have the chat, because if you get this under regulation, this is your best shot. I'm sorry, if we get to overtime and they win, I will be very surprised.
This is the moment, and I mean, every team has to go through this process as well, where you get incredibly close, and then experience prevails as your mental game is tested. As is the just straight up gameplay. Let's see what Rez has got for us. He is just chipping away at Licky with a very strong nade to the gullet. And that is the fight he's been waiting for. Sterling does tag up faze. And Sterling is this, once again, justification for keeping that AWP in play. He finishes what he started on toilets on long. Hazard to walk up. It does seem like LFO have got intent here. Hampus and Rez working it out together. Oh, APOC checking in the wrong corner. The trade is there. Hazard, a huge double. Looking to end it in regulation, and that'll do nicely. Plopsky, Team Flash, walking through a smoke, and NIP have let it go. This win on Overpass could have locked in top of the group, and now LFO are saying, I'd like to see Ancient, please, sir.
Third map, just around the corner here. Bomb down, Esatag. A very, very difficult retake, and now he's on 36 points of health. I cannot believe it.
NIP on their map pick. Up against the ragtag squad looking for an AUG. And they pulled it off. A competitive first half, but this time evidence of T potency. Down he goes. And down under we go to a third. Brilliant to see. Ancient up next.
Hey everybody, right now I'm joined by APOC, and you guys managed to do something that multiple teams struggled. You took away a map against an IP. You had an amazing city side. How did you do it?
I think that's been the theme of our event so far. Our CTs have been okay. Ts where we've been struggling, just adapting to European sort of style. But then we sort of strung 5 rounds together at the end there on T side, so it's been good for us. But CTs were definitely comfortable because we don't get punished as much. But yeah, as long as we play our own game, we can take it to anyone here, but haven't shown that the last couple of days yet. But hopefully we do today and MOUZ tomorrow.
And how about Ancient? Because that's the next map. Do you just need to win the knives?
We definitely need to win the knife and get 14 rounds on CT and win the pistol, and I think we're good.
Okay, looking forward for you to win the knives and to get 14 rounds on city side against an IP. Good luck.
Thanks a lot.
Well, 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 how the turntables, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. You could almost switch this one into just a little water under the fridge for Nip, at least for LFO, staying alive in the series. Holy smokes. Wait, what do they say here in Katowice? It's holy moly, red beans and ravioli. That's the one.
Holy Toledo.
Holy Gabriel Toledo. That's right. We're looking at a 1-1 series. That was Kassad that said that out loud. Now, of course, Kassad obviously loves the Brazilian fan base, would never want anything to come his way. Guys, this is not what we saw coming.
Apoc, 23 kills. Who says he cannot do it with 34 years old? I can do it with my 31.
All right, slow down there.
Right?
Oh,
You were 31 when we started playing 7 years ago.
You've been 31 for like 5 years.
No?
Yeah.
3 at least?
Hey, but a big upset here, right? This was NIP winning both pistols as well. And still LFO managed to grind it out, win 16-14. I think, you know, towards the second part of that second half, NIP, maybe what we were talking about yesterday, you know, getting a little bit complacent, right? Their focus dropping a little bit. There was a big 1v3 from Sterling, the big double entry from Apoc a couple of rounds later coming out of Monster, and one good call where NIP was like more focused on short, on water. They did a monster pop and managed to get an entry on Fuzi and win the round. So everything came together for LFO towards the end of that game.
They were a little bit too relaxed when it comes to NIP, but at the end they showed some respect, like Chad said in the broadcast.
Yeah, saved it in
like
the
they
44.
saved it a couple of times. You know, they were going, like they were calculating how they need to win.
Too late now.
But it was too late, definitely. But coming back to your previous point, when you said like, what you need to take off out of this tournament. They need to look at this game specifically. Yeah. How did we make this competitive? What did we do? Where we were aggressive? How did we execute our, you know, finishers on the T side? Everything else, you know, it was like really good for them, and they need to look at that part.
Probably the best map they've played, even with that win on Dust 2 against Fnatic. I think this was better than that Fnatic Dust 2 win.
And I think we all kind of point this back into one place. And you guys should know this as well, being that you've been in this situation before. The coaches. That's right, Ben has been kind of the shining star of LFO, even though he's not in the server, Yanko.
See, they took 2 timeouts, Trace. So there's a correlation there between map wins and, you know, timeouts taken in a map. So take like 4 timeouts on Ancient. At least we don't lose the pistol round, take the timeout.
Okay, so...
You need 1 map, 1 timeout. Should be enough.
Yeah, I mean, they...
Back to you, Trace.
Yeah, thanks.
In the studio.
Yes, we are in the studio. Look, there's one of those timeouts.
Timeouts, yeah.
Look at that. Man. Let's talk about the impact of Ben as a coach, and let's do it with the girth it deserves. Kassad, take it away.
I mean, obviously, tactically speaking, he doesn't really provide much. But morally speaking, you know, the energy is always there. The guys.
Morally speaking, so like if they're doing something nefarious, like perhaps something illegal, or morale. Okay.
Morale, yes.
Sorry about
energy is always there. You can see the guys always like laughing and providing much needed support with the guys like this. They're always underdogs.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not easy to be, you know, in that position all the time.
I think you're exactly right there. When you come in as the underdog, you need that uplifting movement. No matter, you know, who gives it or where you get it from, Ben seems like a great place to start. But moreover, going into Ancient. So now we find ourselves going to a third map, which is already kind of awkward for everyone who thought Nip was just going to walk away with this one. What happens on Ancient here?
Well, I feel like, you know, this is a wake-up call for NIP, and they just step their discipline up a little bit, and like we see something more similar to Nuke than to Overpass. But looking at that game yesterday, LFO versus Entropiq, right? Like if they didn't lose some of those rounds against Pistols, they could have had a much stronger first half
just
as well.
side. The T side was completely flat. Like they were 8-7 down, 8-7 up, and they were like 9-0 down in the second half. They provided nothing, literally. And I think Apex said on the post map interview that they're
14-1 and win the pistol.
Struggling a little bit, so they need to start on the CT side. That's for sure, to actually have some sort of a chance, because you saw it on Overpass. They got 9, even though they lost the pistol.
So talk to me a little bit about what APOC was saying there in regard to not being punished. You know, across the map, how is a team like NIP, who seemingly is calibers above, how are they not able to capitalize?
That goes with the point that we were mentioning, that NIP was a little bit too relaxed coming into the second map. I mean, that's normal that sometimes those things happen when you're a massive favorite. You win the first map, you're coming into a second one. You just naturally feel too relaxed, right? And then you go for those little over peaks and overextensions and a little bit of bad habits, and then you end up in a problem.
There were some weird moments, right, in that Sterling clutch, like Plopsky was looking completely the other way. I don't know how he missed the sound cue. Then Aztec Close Monster, like spraying his full clip and just reloading close, his teammate not covering him. So I'm expecting, you know, better play from NIP on Overpass, on Ancient.
3, 2, 1, who wins?
NIP.
Okay, well, when LFO wins, these guys might be eating their words while I'm eating just simply lunch. Catering's on the way here. Nonetheless, we go to a break. We come back with a third map of the series. Holy smokes. You wouldn't believe it if we painted it with crayons.
You're not going to eat that.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Jump up. I got line on him. I got line. Yeah, I'm holding him.
I'm medic
Pick off me.
flashing.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, medic.
He's
Got
there
no
still.
time.
Just pick off me.
Just wait safe the time goes.
He's there.
Yeah, he's got no time.
I need it.
It's time to talk Ancient. And no, I'm not talking about Ben. I'm talking about map 3, Chaddy. 3. LFO have taken us the distance up against the Ninjas on their pick, no less.
Didn't see this one coming here when I woke up this morning. Thought it might be a pretty swift 2-0, especially with how Nuke went. That was LFO's pick. They got absolutely owned. And then moving into Overpass, well, they held their own. They took it to the distance, all 30 rounds. Some good Counter-Strike coming out, not just gimmicky plays. There was definitely some well-regimented maneuvers. But here we go. The boys are back in. The knife was won, and if you listen to APOC, they just need to win 14-1 on the CT side and then convert the pistol in the second half, and then they win. So simple plan. Here we go.
It is the best plan. I think every team would probably come up with something similar. 14 on the CT side, not a bad haul, I suppose, and we'll see if they can get there. But I mean, we've seen them play Ancient before.
We didn't look great, did it?
No, their CT side, though, certainly better than the T.
That is true, and fortunately they get to start here. But have they just woken up the beast of NIP, and now they're going to be a little bit more naughty in the way that they treat their opponents? But out mid they go. Top mid smoke, and behind it they come towards Donut. The 1x bet odds just a little bit less in the favor of NIP now by 0.02.
See what happens here. So Savage has got a lot on his plate. The entire ace side now flooded. At least they can play for the retake, and we talked about this with Hampus today. Ace side very vulnerable to a retake. There's no safe hidey hole to occupy, always vulnerable to multiple angles. And here they come. Great start. Hazza opens up proceedings with some bloodshed, some splattered brain. Rez looking to hang out close on
no kit.
250, but the frags are coming in. No kit is a problem. But a 5v2 and pressure now onto another good frag. Cesar tag is gone as well. And damn, another pistol in the bag for LFO.
Okay, wonderful stuff there. And all 5 staying alive. This is big for the investments going into the next round. But Hampus was here, if you didn't catch it yesterday, with us while we were watching Entropiq versus LFO. So he got first-hand live viewing of how it all went down. And some of the things that he was noting was the way that they were playing these lower buy or anti-eco rounds. It wasn't always together, a bit more spread out. Well, let's take a look and see how they want to approach this one. Some nice shooting there. Maybe it was just a win against NIP that they needed to get the ball rolling.
Probably, but Hampus has made an executive decision. He's bankrupt himself to enable Rez to go armored AK into the second.
Okay, don't mind this. Like, head-to-head, they are going to be backing themselves in the aim department here, NIP. Hazza, aggressive. Nice little molly flash combo off the deck.
And there's some util, making them fight for it. Need to see the rebuttal. There it is. AK on the floor. Licky over committing, and an MP9, or rather a FAMAS now falls into enemy hands. This gets bad quick. If Savage and Sterling cannot piece together at this 2 versus 4, there is no armor. This is so doable. And I don't see a kit currently. Ready.
Double swing!
Rating 2 of the 3 that swung. Hampus will take the M4 and reposition. And it's up to Savage now to come up clutch. He doesn't have a kit, but he does have a smoke.
There's a kit just in front of him. He smoked the bomb. Oh, Hampus has gone around the world here. Naughty maneuver, this one.
I mean, he was in KO. You may hear him.
Should hear it now. 10-second smoke diffuse.
Of course.
These go well.
Known to be effective, and it's a very souring play out of Hampus there to just ruin their day. It was one single rifle and some Glocks.
There was a key as to why that all fell apart for LFO. Rez was able to take the initial duel against Hazza, and if you watch this, the smoke is deep. You can see Hazza, Rez just came out of the grey screen. The smoke's meant to land at the doors. So Rez was able to play in front of the smoke, and because he was able to do that, they were able to open up the site and get their way in. So a little detail, but a massive detail in the round number 2. So that's unfortunate for LFO. The maneuver, it had legs, but now they're going to be staring down the barrel of just these pistols through the smoke. Hampus is going to find a pocket. Might just start to spiral out of control at this point. You can see this cave smoke deployed and how deep it is, right? That one that just there that was in front of the T's over towards the B lane. A very, very deep cave smoke being thrown.
Yeah, you kind of just have to give it to them. Sterling.
Oh.
Bad on the dig, but not this time.
Multiple kills going on across the map here. Just Licky. Will be an eco coming up next.
That was my favorite, one of my favorite art subjects was the licky and sticky time, you know, when you just go...
Licky and sticky time?
Yeah, licky and sticky. It's like when you're doing collages, you know, you were sticking different pieces of like PVA glue all over your hands.
Is that what it was called?
No.
Oh. No. Oh, that's the name for it?
Licky and sticky, yeah.
Okay, all right. The only real licking I did as a kid was
like
the envelopes.
Stamp. Yeah, postage stamp. That's a licky and sticky.
Did the envelopes for me, ma'am.
Yeah, good lad. slowly watching my family send less and less Christmas cards as they pushed everyone away.
Oh, yeah. Well, fair enough. Mums were always like business ones. It was like a newsletter or an invoice. One of the two. Just had a 10-year-old slobbering all over it.
Perfect. Made you feel included, though. We got a little bit of a stack. By little, I mean everyone hanging out here. And let's see if they can at least combine for an element of surprise. They're going to walk ramp late. Fozie's responsible for it. The nade's not going to touch him.
This is curious, right? Because when you come up this B ramp, oh, they are slinking down. The snake. Darn it. Oh, Fozie could have had a couple more there. Rez will mop up the mess. Well, maybe he'll leave the floor a little bit wet for Hampus here to come on through with a towel. 3-1. The problem is when we start these games with LFO, it's not that I don't want to get excited about them being able to perform it, so we need to see it every time they go into the server. Yeah. Right? There's levels of expectation here, and it is pretty low. I liked where they were playing on the off angle, because what I was going to get to there was the way that they creep in, and you have to worry about the pillar, cave, long, short, everything, right? That could have been a nice little idea, but this is going to be making big control real rough. A couple of mollies cut out and donut. Apoc has to play forward.
At least he's, managed to demand the control of mid. Now as they fade, it's likely it'll be given up for free. But this is going to be our first taste of whether LFO are here to play today. Fozie flashing for himself to clear out. So he can stay posted up now, and that will, I was going to say potentially be smoked off. It looks like there is just going to be one left there for later.
Yeah, that's going to be hard for Licky to get to here as well. They have just smoked off top of long, so all good. Want to grab that one off
quite the boost.
Deck.
This attack acting as a little bit of a stepping stone for Hampus to try and open up onto Sterling. Nothing found. Apoc, big angle and a big fight to win here. Oh, they're not going to clear him. It's game in today. Only the one, though. S-attack good for the trade. Hazard. Oh, that's a shot.
That's what we'd call a specky.
Yeah, that is a specky. Right onto the nose. Okay, Fozie gone. Now we're into a nice 3v3 mid-round. And by nice, I'm referring to the CTs in the sense that they should be able to start pushing for a little bit of info and get more than one person to receive here as the nades are raining in.
Yeah, this B control right now should be gifted over, right? LFO would be crazy to try and push this player through the smoke. Try and dissuade them while they get the bomb down. Do the spam on through or a boost to be mounted just here. Well caught. Can get a nice angle on towards the back of pillar, but went for a tip plant. Bomb's loose.
Yeah, and now sprayed through. They know they just have to delay, cause chaos. S-attack now on the plant. Plopsky trying to find them on the fade. They're actually reboosting, and that was what he was waiting for. He's gotten away with that. 10 HP, double swing, and Savage caught out. Well played by the Ninjas. That was making a whole lot out of a whole little. It's just S-attack and Plopsky. 5 frags between them.
Nice round. Really nice round there. And you can see the difference in what you were seeing yesterday with LFO and how it was almost set executes from spawn, whereas NIP were able to bully and put pressure all across the map and then decide where they want to execute late when things are strung on out. And the resources are definitely depleted. This was the shot from Plopsky onto Sterling. And this one here from Hazard. Yeah, we liked what we saw, but not enough to keep them in it. Little boost over is a cute little way to give yourself a different angle.
A reboost, though. I mean, like, that's probably the call in Australia, but Plopsky was pre-aiming it on his approach. It's something he was considering.
This round's over already. Hampus has just rolled out and got 3 kills. So round number 6 was good. Round number 7, I heard, is going to be even better. What's your favorite burger topping?
You know, I'm pro pickle.
Pro pickle?
I am pro pickle. I do love a good cheese as well.
What type of cheese?
I'm flexible. Nothing like a good bit of pepper jack if you're in a kind of American kind of onion ringy barbecue-y vibe.
Okay.
But I'm open to even a halloumi. I throw in a halloumi in my burger.
Okay.
Yeah. Not even as a meat substitute. I want both.
Oh, you want halloumi and a big patty?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is a question.
I'd rather do the smashy patty.
Smash burgers are the go.
Smash burger and then like a thin little like crispy halloumi.
Yep.
Throw some pickles in there, a bit of red onion.
When did it ever become that standard burgers were like real fat? Because I don't like the big fat burger.
Yeah, I
was never a fan of the big fat burger.
It's, different folks and strokes. Not the worst burger I've ever consumed. I've had some nice big juicy burgers.
Oh, yeah, no, but the thing is, and luckily my friend Rushley1234556, he told me like it was so easy to make a smash burger. You just need to get the mincemeat, and then you just whack it in the pan, and like you grab a ball of it, right? You whack it in the pan, and then all I do is I just get another pot and I just push it down with the pot.
And you've done it.
And Bob's your uncle, and it cooks in no time. Bit of seasoning, salt and pepper, real good. Smash burger.
Okay.
Make one at home. Send me a photo if you're making a smash burger over the weekend, guys. I'd love to see it. Next eco, we can talk about the air fryer.
It was Shake Shack that did a good smash burger.
Oh, yeah.
Great little smash burgers. Or any other burger joint that you find around here.
But if we did have Shake Shack around here, I'd probably be ordering one. I can tell you that much. I wonder if Dusseldorf has the Five Guys. Oh, he's done the Mopos. Oh, Hampus knows how to deal with the Mopos smoke.
He does.
Apparently.
It's almost like he's aware of it.
Yeah, played against it once upon a time.
Lost to it.
Oh, he's completely stifled anything Apot was working on over towards middle here. Savage is aggressive towards A main, so if we're looking for positives, there's one. Still going to slink on in and try and take donut control. Realistically, Licky is on an island right now. Hazard needs to get over and back up his boy, but they will have to give up some territory. So there's a few options here if you're LFO. Do we want to give up donut, allow them into A, and then Savage can play it, and that means Sterling would have to go back and cover Red House? Or do we want to just think that Licky is sick and he can defend B against the impending attack from NIP? You can see it coming. Nice flash. Good info. Bomb not spotted, however, so they just know that faze was there with the AWAP.
Looking for some degree of info. So Sterling's just going to have to give up this mid gap. It's whether or not Hampus jumps through it. Licky now in a state of limbo.
I'd like them to gamble here because Hampus has just smoked donut, right? So now they don't know if anybody's gone Red House. This type of a round, you may as well gamble or save. But here we go. Long getting smoked off.
Here we go. Hazard ahead of the smoke and isolates. Takes down S-Attack. More down the ramp. Licky getting a bit flirty with the smoke. Enables the rifle to be picked up. Savage completely booked. Oh, and Hampus might do more with that. Might do more if he's required. Hazard continues to provide. Now, Hampus is locked in CT. The bomb is on its way to A. They maneuver off the ledge. Heading over to the wide open A site, the frag onto Savage. He's going to come back to haunt them, and the bait not quite going to work. Hazard did well to get back into B with those frags, but yeah, NIP with a very good read of how the CTs were maneuvering there.
6-1 right now. I think Hazard will do his best to save this. Maybe go try and scoop up one of the AKs that fell over towards the B side of things. Going to throw away that AWP to make sure that it cannot be retained whatsoever, and they'll be quickly getting themselves a massive bag of rounds on the T side. This has a CT lean for sure. It's the most CT-sided map we have in the pool. That might chop and change in the near future if anybody works out the meta. Or the next step of the meta. But yeah, an air fryer, Alex, just do it. Don't even think about it.
It isn't actually frying it though, is it? It's like it's a misnomer.
Well, isn't it like an oven?
It's like, yeah, it's like one of those ones you used to get as, oh, actually, the AWP did drop off. So not good tidying from Hampus. But I thought, yeah, I don't know. I think it's like those little easy bake ovens.
Yeah, pretty much. But it's so much quicker than an oven because it's smaller and more condensed.
Yeah, it looks so convenient. You just chop something, throw it in, and just walk away.
Yeah,
I'm down for that.
Yeah, it's really. It doesn't have the same faff about it as an oven. There's no real preheating necessary. Just whack it in, away you go. You got some fries in the bloody freezer. You whack them in.
Oh, and Hazard, with his saved M4, is going to have to be a real hero here. Everyone else has just got themselves a sidearm of choice. And Peony making his way to join the pack, and he just gets a lot of free roam. Lick, just on the jiggle. Nothing was there, and as he returns, and it's the same for Hazard. Yeah, that is a nasty state of affairs. 2 openings for NIP, and here comes number 3.
Yep, there it is. You're calling it well here. I think if you give up that mid control the way that you do of LFO, right, they're not contesting. I understand why it was a lighter buy scenario there. But that cave player can almost immediately be swung from both sides, right? Because normally it would just be B lane, he'd be running up, you'd be hearing the steps coming, but Hampus is jumping up over Tetris, coming up over the ledge, and then they can double swing and take 2 more isolated duels, right? Hampus gets to focus on the right-hand side of cave, and then your player coming up from B lane gets to focus on the left-hand side. Whereas normally, you know, you're kind of hoping they haven't made it to the left-hand side yet, or you have to use some util on one side or the other. So once they're getting that mid control for almost free, it does make their pressure to B lane easier. And that's why we talk about mid and the B lane being some of the most key components on this map of Ancient. But it is just Savage now. A timeout would be good at this point. I think right. if you're LFO on Ancient, just give yourself another chance, because after they took the timeouts previously on Overpass, they were able to start converting a couple, but there it is, faze with 1 more in the round. And, well, yeah, you know the drill, everybody. The max loss bonus well and truly in play here. There's going to be plenty of money. Now, we saw Savage operate with a double AWP yesterday, and I mentioned a timeout. You see it immediately called on in. So there you have it, 7-1. That's after a pistol, the force by loss, and then, well, 7 consecutive rounds.
Yeah, it's bleak just because I know how that T-side looked and felt. This was where I thought we'd get to see a competitive scoreline created, or the potential for it. But at this point, Yeah, running out of opportunities. NIP a single round to win out the half, and this was how Licky went down, and Chad already has broken it down. You know, normally you have to work a little harder to gain that much control in that part of the map, but all he wanted to do was have a jiggle. And the rest fell into place. Fozy's just been posted up on that boost, and it stops you getting the info ramp, at least not without some util.
Oh, they're going to biff mid here, I think.
That's going to be a smoke to stop Licky supporting lane. Rez going to be just holding the ramp push, and the rest going through the motions in mid.
I like this over towards A main again. So Savage is aggressive, and he actually has help of Sterling with the AWP to just make sure he can be embedded deep within main. This is going to make them a bit more flexible here, but while they've taken this space, Apox left mid, Hampus is leading the charge here, the leader of the pack. They're following him like the mother duck in towards Donut.
Attack's going to get a bit of a rude surprise, isn't he? And that's the bomb coming towards A hall. So if Savage can pull this off, Sterling's going to bail him out.
Oh, they've got past. They've got past. They've got past.
Just as he looked away, and he's not ready for this. Now they're so damn close. Wide swing. How quick does it react? Enough. And not the second. Savage awakens. Attack finds him, and that is a nasty way to feel the A site slipping away.
That was done so silently, there was no tells, and you're sitting there going, why did Attack turn around? Well, because the position that Sterling was playing, he was susceptible to the other side. There's no way you'd sit and hold that angle for that long, right? Absolutely no way, without considering the fact that they could be peeking for the other angle. So Attack piecing the puzzle together, finds the necessary kill onto Savage, and Savage doesn't want to swing in case somebody comes out late, so they drop another one here, and half has been won out by the Swedes. Good stuff. This is for topping the group, everybody. So there is a lot on the line here, right?
If I was hazarding a guess as to how the team talk went over there, I'd say it was probably a case of just reminding them what's at stake. Like, hey, lads, you know, I know you've lost Overpass. I'd really rather we don't linger on it, and really rather we focus on the objective that is guaranteed quarterfinal.
And what's exciting is, now, look, I'm going to make some assumptions here, but let's assume that the G2 that we get later today, right, that G2 with Alexi B playing can show what they were over in Katowice and not what they've been here at this event so far. And that would mean that if they win against Entropiq, they have a matchup against NIP tomorrow. And with NIP playing in this form and G2 maybe back on some good form, that would make for a great final match of the group here. Now, obviously, we would know for NIP that it wouldn't mean an awful lot, but to see G2 and these teams go toe-to-toe, I'm sure Hampus isn't the type of guy who, he doesn't seem like a man who likes losing.
Far from it.
Whereas for LFO, tomorrow they will have to take on MOUZ, so they will be going up against Dexter on the other side of things, and that would mean our remaining matchup for tomorrow night, all which will be played at 7:30 p.m. as Entropiq versus fnatic, and that one there could also be deciding the final team of the group. So going to be quite curious to see which of the 4 teams can make it on through to join NIP. It's only 2 available, so only 50% of that field will be able to make their way through. But here we go. Default's been done. Space now being crept out mid again, and so much room to work with.
Very
just keeping
deep
it
red
quiet.
smoke. You know, this is what Hampus was telling us about, that they've got a deeper smoke, now enabling you to swing left and right of it into the red room. Sterling gambles, and they can just go through. Left or right, Sterling hears them. He's ready for a fight, and just overrun. You know, this is a bulldozer right now. It's looking very isolate for Savage. He's got so much to worry about. He's so vulnerable to the fade as well from Attack, who takes contact first. So procedural, they get info, they take multiple peeks. It's so oppressive. You've got nothing left. And very little chance to really take a fight as a unit. Hazard's already caught one through the walls. Fozy doesn't let that go. This is 11th frag at the top of the scoreboard here, standing in last minute and remaining a threat. NIP 9, LFO 1.
Yeah. Might want to see him try for B lane aggressive, right? Like, it's understandable so that, you know, you're getting smoked off in cave and they're taking mid control. You did try the A main aggression, it didn't work. You've gone for a couple of aggressive mid plays, and like Apoc got found out doing that Mopos smoke. So they're running out of aggressive maneuvers. I guess the option could be to try something a little bit more outside of the box. So you could do it when they do go for the mid control. You can have somebody flashing and have multiple players try and push through, but they did try that, and Hampus caught them out on an eco. So I'm kind of just going through the laundry list, and I'm sure the LFO are as well. Well, that's some damage done. That's going to keep Hampus at bay for now. And it's a crossfire here. Hazard joined with Licky, and there's some aggression. Here we go.
Yeah, Rez is... Oh, Hampus.
Oh, that's so cheeky, man.
You go all the way back and still hit that bang?
Just a wall bang. Absolute cheek law right there.
It's actually worked out. Yeah, if there's no death on Licky. Oh, and Hazard through the smoke as it fades. He hears the pinball. He could have caught another. But yeah, why not? Let's gamble. Savage, Apoc
a flasher,
on the way.
Here it comes.
Good flash. Licky's down, up to Savage, and he's having a struggle. Maybe Apoc can at least deter the plan, and it's faze that's bringing it in now. They've already got res posted. Polopsky looking as well towards the triangle. Oh, great. He's taken down res, and he snaps into Polopsky, nearly through.
Far off.
Esatag reveals himself and still hits the secondary shot, so it does shape up nicely. NIP react and recover.
Well, they're just walking this one home, aren't they?
Yeah.
Only...
We can't talk about burgers, though, Chad.
Why?
Because someone didn't like it.
Oh. Do they
Talk about the game, you idiot.
Do they not like burgers? No, don't worry about that, Alex. It's too early to worry about that stuff. It's too early. It's too early. Don't worry about that. I've become more immune to it these days. I get it out on Twitter.
I just don't tweet anything anymore.
Yeah, well, that's safe too. That way you don't have people saying stuff. I wish I had someone who could like manage my Twitter and just mute all the people for me.
Okay, I'm sure that's something we could look into. And there's some aggression. You want it, you get it. Licky, however, is punished. His res is posted up, and that is a recurring theme here. Hazard trying to find the trade, but there's always a contingency deployed. This time it was faze catching Hazard's ramp walk. Apoc and Sterling hanging out as well in the back of a Camino. As a kid was a skid. Esatag does get it easy peasy. And we get to see Sterling. You know, he's a bit of a Deagle player, Chad.
Oh, he is. He is indeed. But in a 1-on-4, this is where the Deagle has to catch fire, and he doesn't have the blaze. So he's going to have to do it with the Prince stream. And, fortunately for him, there is a stream on Ancient. So it's all coming together here. I don't know how the leaps of logic got there, but it made somewhat of sense. So aware. Esatag executes 11-1.
And NIP definitely making a strong case for top of the group here. To recap how they got here, let's have a look. The first game was against MOUZ, which is where we saw that was like a... we think we casted that one, but that was when we saw MOUZ essentially look like a little like it was a harder work than it was over in Katowice, but they have since definitely started to make a strong case. NBK's been having somewhat of a renaissance over here at Pro League.
Yeah, that was yesterday they dropped Vertigo, right? So that was they chose Vertigo, they dropped the ball. Today they dropped the ball on their own map choice as well for NIP. So if we're going to critique anything, it would just be maybe not converting the maps they picked on into. Sterling's opened up the account in this round, though, so there's something a little bit different. A kill that hasn't come with immediate exchange or loss of life. And uh-oh, through the smoke, they try and poke their head, taking a little bit of a cheeky angle there was Hampus, and Hazard was ready for it. There's another on the fade. Oh, he's done well.
Ready, set for success. Esatag and Rez, though, a 2v5 shortly becomes a 1v5.
Well, this is the second round, right? Hey, look, I'm not gonna lie to everybody. Even if they get 11-4 on the CT side, it's still gonna be so difficult. Like Alex was speaking about what we saw yesterday from them on Ancient against Entropiq, and it was look, they had executes, they had set pieces. It was just more about how they were deployed. If they could do it a little bit more how they did it on Overpass by, you know, collecting some map control first before full committing, then we might see it get a little bit more exciting. But this is good. A second round, just for they're all about the learning experience here. For NIP, all about just, well, giving them a hard lesson. Sterling going to be able to find another opening to open the account. This was the little double kill from Hazard here, so you can see Hampus going for one of his usual little tricks.
Round 14, we will see an AWP on either side. See what the call is out of the gate. Oh, Hampus straight just burning through. He wants to apply this pressure and nearly walks into Licky's domain. Apoc is actually going for a bit of a presence of his own, and oh, he may have been spotted. Made in a good position. Apoc, Licky, fill the feed. It's only Polopsky. He's being wall-banged down to 20 as well. I think that's Hazard that connects through the board. Savage has got a potent position, but Esatag could threaten.
Savage can... Oh, could have just parked the bus there. We say wide. He didn't need to go for that type of a peek, and now starting to get more numbers. Drop pressure on B. faze will go down. Map's the oyster right now of NIP.
Yeah, it's up to Sterling. He does need to get one here. Otherwise, that bomb goes down. Good find. It was the healthier of the two. Only Polopsky, and he's there. Gone and dealt with. looking for OrgӀ, find their third, but as you said, yeah, even 11-4 does not remedy what's up next.
It was good, like that wallbang from Licky, right? That's something that Rain does a lot of, right? Where they pepper on through, and it was something when the changes happened to this map, because we obviously spent a lot of time playing Ancient, you couldn't spam through that wood for so long, but then when they did make the change, it's now paper thin. So with the Silence M4 as well, the traces make it harder, you can spam on through, and you need to know your angles, right? It's not just super simple, but you definitely need to know your angles of where you need to put that crosshair. I like that move, that's quite standard play, though, that you would see on a map like Ancient once you get mid control, the Mop or Smoke paying off this time round. And yeah, look, for confidence sake, 3 consecutive rounds would be nice. The pistol was the only other round that LFO have had in this, that they lost 11 in a row. So then to get out of this half with 4 consecutive, okay. Can at least hold their head high over some momentum. But here we go, NIP have enough for this final round of play. What's the uppercut maneuver going to be? Top mid smoke landing one more time. Flashes 2. No commit behind this. Haven't seen them go for anything too A-heavy as a set piece without the mid control, and Hampus was held at bay there by some good utility. And an interesting setup. You can see this tucked in behind the tall box and with Sterling to bait them in. So this could go swimmingly right now for LFO.
Is Plopsky just going to throw another mid-smoke as it fades? Oh, no, okay. Donut, maybe. Roll away from way downtown. He smokes off the A side of Donut. Sterling, though, is there with Savage, and the bait and switch is perfect. Savage, don't let him slip. Gets one. Fozy punishes. Sterling known and slaps the jump. Down and out is the rival Orpa, but this one still looks scary. Plopsky caught in the open. And now Hampus, yeah, taxed and tapped away. They will find the 11-4. Late stage, a little bit of a revival from the CTs. They get the bookend rounds. We've got the pistol and 3 on the trot to close out the half. Third map continues. NIP looking to top the group and only 5 rounds away.
Hey Future Pros! Locking down mid as a CT can put you in a good spot in a round of Ancient. So let's check out the Smoke Incendiary combo that the Chad Sponge Birchall likes to throw. Get into the middle of the doorway just before the stairs. Aim to the vines at the extended leafy bit and throw your smoke. Then quickly position your crosshair at the tip of this leaf and walk forward and throw the incendiary instantly. These nades will surely make the T's mad and make them hopefully respect the util. If you want to change it up, you can also throw your incendiary at the same smoke lineup for a deep coverage of the elbow area. Good luck holding mid and make sure to throw your nades fast.
Show him how to make
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one final half. It's a whole lot of fun. Good vibrations between the two of them in the halftime. Good chats been had. It looks like Hampus is actually going to try out Hazard's crosshair.
Interesting. Okay.
A little bit of a trade.
Why not? Just give it a bit of a go.
Good luck, have funs in the chat, and we are ready to see how this one shapes on up. Sterling given the credit of being one of the best pistol players for the boys, and he isn't going to be equipped with that P250, but we do see some util. They're going to be throwing out a good look, I hope. The NET rounds we see from LFO is progress and also damn good to throw in the pocket for some demo review.
Well, no fake this time. Remember, yesterday they tried the fake with APOC. It was a little bit telling, wasn't it?
Flash. What a perfect counter to an all-in B is have someone ready close and a flash when he wants it. Here they come. Let's see when faze throws his flash.
They're still going to be smoked off there. astralis might have to go through if he wants to biff.
It looks good. They're all there. They're all doing the flashbang dance. Look how long he's got the hang time for him to pick a target. Oh. And there's more where that came from. They've actually managed to evenly trade, so you've got to give him credit. Would love a plant. Getting a plant. Licky caught jumping. Oh. You rascal. He gets him straight through the boards on the first click.
Deary me, Hampus, be nice. Give him the chance to plant at least, my friend. But there it is, 12 now. NIP just 4 more rounds away. What a smile on the face.
What a naughty way to deny a 3v3. Like, it looked... We had an even fight there, and then Hampus decided we didn't.
Just the 1 bullet necessary. We'll deny that, won't we? Okay, well, the bomb didn't go down, so likely here to see the LFO economical. And I feel like APOC's come into this event and gone, guys, I have to get 1 Zeus kill. I just want 1. Just 1. Oh, Licky's joining the fun too. All right. Might get 2 chances to make the noise.
He hasn't managed yet, but that's not going to stop him from trying. Maybe it's Plopsky, his next victim, as he burns. He actually walks in the flame. What are you up to, mate? 14 HP. It's fine. He's alive.
He doesn't need anything more than 1 to make this one work.
That's right. Is how greedy does Plopsky get? I just don't see a world where Plopsky walks around this corner.
Hello. Wait, how does Mission Impossible go again? Dun 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 dun.
Bump.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And James Bond is...
Yeah, that one always eludes me.
It does, yeah.
I got to go back to the game. GoldenEye on the N64.
This has been fun.
Yeah, it has been. I like what it's pretty cool. No one's moving.
No one's moving. They don't need to.
Wait, here they come. Here they come. Here they...
Please give util. Can I have some? They're letting him in.
Oh! There it is. He got it. He waited. He got it. That's what we were waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. And APOC knows.
He does it again.
He does what he's come to do.
Again and again and again.
Oh, my Lord. That little chat, guys, I recommend social media, someone rush, take a screenshot, get it on the socials. That was so funny.
Please give it after, what was it, a 60-second timeout?
Oliver Twist. Please, sir, can I have your util? Oh.
Just drop it on the floor. He did get his MP9, did get his Zeus kill. Everyone wins. Still no bomb plant, those poor souls. This time it was astralis just holding his MP9 sideways.
You can see they're pretty good spirited, you know. Missed Molly there on the deep one to contain middle from the Ninjas, but all good in the hood. APOC hasn't pressed the issue, but pressing the issue is Hampus. Look at him. Look how far he is. Minute 37. Hello.
Please, Mr. Hampus. Please.
Oh, he'll get on out of town, but that's so much pressure applied early that it's a cheeky maneuver, but it's a Hampus maneuver.
Yeah, and you know that's probably going to mean Savage and APOC stand there for 45 seconds waiting for him to do it again.
And meanwhile, Hampus is probably going to do a bit of a Yakinda. He'll show himself in donut, then he'll run around to B, then he'll come back to A main. Oh, look at this. Is he going to play in front of the donut?
I guess it's one way to find an off angle.
Yeah, okay, Hampus. To be fair, like it's not like it's like commonly flashed, right? Because if you're super deep in, it's really hard to flash those angles. It's more often smoked. So, I'm not going to lie, I don't hate it.
Oh, he's got confirmation.
Well, they beamed it, did they? No, it landed properly.
Good smoke. And, perfect sense from Hampus. Pulls the trigger as Hazard walks on in, regardless of the obscured view. And Red Room's going to be theirs. At the bare minimum, they'll have one there. APOC makes sure that they know.
We have to try and split A here through Donut with Savage coming main. That's it. But that Molly's... Oh, the Molly, it went in the smoke.
Oh, that's actually a perfect way to try and open up onto the site. Res, however, is a problem. Apoc relieves that stress.
Oh, Plopsky's so quick. So quick, so quick. It's an open to Donut plant too.
Oh, yeah, well, this could be another sad way to lose Sterling. Bomb's gone down, though. Savage in the temple with health. Apoc already contributed a double if they could just count on Savage for this spray on a tight little line. He does manage it. And now into the site comes Tag with the MP9. Savage can try and survive. He gets the info. They know where they both are. Long range on the MP9. Problems for Savage. He gets his reload. He gets run down. Tag's been having a field day with that SMG. 18 and counting for the Dane. Having fun here on Ancient as 14 is secure.
Alex, you can see currently what I've decided to do here.
It's very machine-esque, actually.
I want to get down, but I'm scared.
Oh, do you want me to stabilize?
I might just stand here until the game's over.
Okay, I'm just gonna tweet a picture with no context.
Okay, now 14-4. Reads the score.
On the door.
It all seems to make sense, doesn't it? But yeah, Hampus there with a little bit too early on the molly. I think he felt the threat was coming. Good trading on the way in. But yeah, this flank from Plopsky here that you can see at 15 seconds remaining on the clock was there just in time to take the planter out of the equation. Bomb goes down, the money is there, the buy back through, but it's Sterling on a scout. The rest of them are going to be on AKs and Galils. But here he is, Hampus, the menace, the doctor.
And the clinic is in session.
One, done, and more, apparently. Look at this, the re-peek after you're expecting him to just disappear.
Farming, absolutely farming. Plopsky's still got some bullets and throwing some in the right place. Savage takes a beating.
The spam is so cheeky. Like, it can do shred. It can just shred. Oh, underhand.
Yeah, that'll work nicely. Doesn't necessarily stop damage inflicted. Tag did some damage. We've got a
Plopsy's going to spam him here, I reckon.
Yeah, they could very well succumb to this wall bang. They are taking some cube control. Apoc just gets around the corner in time. Savage is responsible for the plant and he's getting it down. That's lovely from Sterling. And yeah, the frags come through. The individuals deliver. And we will see LFO take a nice little fifth.
I like calling that cube.
Yeah,
at the back. Because we tried to do Donut as cube, but we'll go with Donut. But cube feels nice. Cube control as opposed to like long control. Because long and short, like the cube, that's nice. It feels good. It's nice to say. This is after Hampus started very annoyingly with multiple kills. A good little maneuver here with the underhand molly and Apoc ready for the alley-oop. So that's a wombo combo. And then Sterling hitting a couple of nice ones there. Making sure he can just ward off any of the NIP attack. Well, retake, as it were. But you can see they force wall into this. 3 rifles, 2 deagles. Cube. Thanks, Rush.
Foozy.
Oh, we could call like Death Cube, like the movie.
Death Cube, the movie?
Isn't there a movie called Death Cube? Or isn't it just called Cube? I think it's just maybe called Cube. I don't know, there's a movie, it's like a horror film.
Oh, and they're all
they get put in like a cube and there's like, they have to get out, but it's kind of like... There
was that reality TV show I watched. Well, I saw recently that was in the 90s where they basically like tortured you and they put you on something spinning you upside down in the Arctic conditions. Got cancelled.
Horrible.
Yeah, it got cancelled because some guy got hypothermia, but it existed for a while. You had to answer questions while they like sprayed you with water and froze it.
I hate that.
Yeah, me too.
Things people do it for money.
Kind of thing that probably feels like LFO have experienced a similar thing here in the Counter-Strike realm.
This flash might be perfect. I don't think Tag will see it coming. Oh, doesn't matter.
Yeah, just a little ahead of it, and there's a nice 2-man setup here to pick up the pieces of this side of the map. I do think there is definitely like a lot of strength to be had in CTs taking this part of the map, taking lane and owning lane. It really, really makes the map feel small.
But that flash there was great from them, right? It was one way to come back in, but you have to still account for left, straight ahead, then the pocket, which is up towards like the B lane to the right, and then the hard right? It's a lot of angles to clear, so...
And the smoke that Hampus was telling us, and of course we've seen the Future Pros tutorial, you can just bang it off the side of the wall, even throw it from spawn, and have it up as the T's arrive.
Yeah.
Like that gives it a very kind of deep banana-esque feel to it. That's the smoke.
Yeah, perfectly well timed, like we scripted it. But yeah, running through that, Licky has to. Need to get something done here. Just 2 Galils, a Deagle, an AK, and well, cave aggression. He's gone down again, his old Licky. This B lane, it's just been an onslaught, but on towards A they go.
Let's go. Satellite radio. Rez is the only one here, but they've got 2 in Donut, actually. So once he gets his first, which he's provided, the rest of the threat can come in off the back of that. Hampus trying to be a rascal in the smoke. He's close and does Molotov the safer side of the plant. Smokes will fade and Crosshairs in the right places, Savage. Good spot. better find. He's gone 3v5 now, 3v4. Only a scout for Sterling, so trying to remain mobile. And Fozy's weapon just a little bigger, a little spicier as well. He does take a little damage. Apoc taking the bomb away from the site. NIP not going to let this one slip. And looking to top their group. 2 more kills. And we'll be top of Group A, the Ninjas in Pajamas. Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah, guaranteed as well. Like, no matter what happens in the game against G2 tomorrow, they'll be able to retain that #1 spot in the group, put them straight through in the quarterfinals for the playoffs. It goes round to 12 quarterfinals, semifinals, and then the best of 5 grand final for the EPL Season 15 playoffs here. But there it is, Sterling about to step in, a warning shot. And just trying to hope that NIP gives them something, and they're getting absolutely naught.
And there it goes. 16 secure NIP. It took 3, but a top of Group A. ESL Pro League, this battle will continue. It wages on. 2 more best of 3s are around the corner. We're going to be chopping and changing the crews. And you get Harry and Hugo to guide you through at the casting desk. Parla, Maui, and Alan taking over the analyst privileges a little later on in the day. But for now, we'll take a break, and we'll get the opportunity to hear from Trace, Yanko, and Cassard.
Hey Future Pros! Back to Ancient with a basic B-site execute you can throw with a little help from your friends. For this execute you will need 2 smokes, 2 flashes and 1 molly. Ask very kindly for your teammate to drop their smoke into this corner, and when you are ready, get into the corner too. To throw your first smoke, aim in the middle of the doorway in the middle of these bricks. Then jump throw the smoke. This will smoke off the left side of site. While in the same spot, aim above this wall decoration and in line with the leaf above. Then jump throw the smoke. This will smoke off the right side, but be careful as the CT could try and sneak around the edge of the smoke. To throw your molly, aim at this part of the door along this point. Then jump throw the molly. This molly will push someone out of the cubby, which is incredibly annoying to clear. Now the smokes and molly are down, aim to this section of the door, walk forward and jump throw your flash quickly. This flash will get anyone on the site, but hopefully not your teammates pushing up long. Finally, throw your last flash over the triangle to stop someone from spraying through the long smoke and further blind anyone looking at the ramp. And that's it, pretty easy, and remember, just go B.
Well, there you have it. A GG has been given, and that would mean that Nip made them look a little foolish here on Ancient. Now, according to James Fowler, the tournament admin, Nip are now guaranteed first place in Group A due to having match wins over Entropiq and fnatic, the only other teams that can reach 4 wins. LFO are now guaranteed to be in the bottom 3. Welcome back to Pro League. Rough intro here for LFO, but I think that, you know, they've probably turned some heads. Now, of course, Yenko and Kassad may think a little differently than that.
Well, I mean, they had a good overpass. I think that's going to be the focus for this series. And for LFO, that's when things kind of, you know, click for them and everything falls into place. But you could see as soon as they, you know, start having some issues on Ancient, you could tell like they're not as comfortable on that map. And it was just, you know, the 11-round run from NIP was too much.
It's more than that. I mean, you can see on the CT side, they had no control over middle at all. I think Chad was saying it as well. It's like, that's one of the most important things if you have a successful CT set, because if you lose the control of that part of the map, then you are open to all kind of splits, right? And then smart team like NIP is going to use that. You can maybe run that against some weaker opponents, somebody who doesn't have the depth, you know, to use that advantage over you. But NIP is a team that's just going to use it against you, and then they did. And it's 11 rounds on the T side, just way too much on a map like on Ancient, which is now heavily CT sided.
Yeah, just, I mean, it's highlight after highlight here for Nip. And that's kind of to be expected with the scoreline.
Yeah, and also, you know, you give so much control, then you're forced to do some other things, right? Go for different pushes, information plays, which are more easily punished by the Ts in that sort of a situation. And yeah, the reason why NIP is, you know, so good on the map, or why they picked it all the time, is because they were able to adjust on the fly. Like, they didn't even need to prepare that much for opponents. They just knew what were the set moves, the most common plays, and just depending on what the opponents do, they would adjust and go the other way.
It's just so much space taken from them basically for free. Just a magic molly, house smoke, couple of flashes, and you're completely out on the middle, and that's it.
Yeah, that is it. I mean, for LFO, it is unfortunate. You start to think about, yeah, it's bottom 3. Do you think they made enough of a presence here? Do overall, and so far?
Well, some better teams got with 0 maps in the last season, so...
Yeah. G2. Anyway, Group A looked like this. G2 currently one-upping themselves from last season. 1-2 down there at the very bottom. 0-4 for LFO. NIP now secure the group comfortably, I think.
Yeah, they're decided #1 spot. And for LFO, I mean, what you asked, you know, obviously for us, it's not going to matter much, right? Where we're looking at who's going to go all the way, who's going to win the whole thing. But I think for them, obviously from their own perspective, it's been, you know, a very good experience, a learning experience, right? Getting a chance to compete with some of the best teams, best players in the world, to see where you're at, see the things that you need to work on. Now you just need to take those lessons home and try to build on it.
Still one more game, and then a bunch of things to review, and then, you know, make a plan for the rest of the season.
Yeah, kind of figure it out as you go. For us, we're going to go down and get an exit interview for LFO. It's going to be from Savage.
We already had an interview with Savage Senior. Now it's time to make one with Savage Junior. Unfortunately, Savage, you lost to NIP, but you managed to get a map against them, and you won the 9th round on the 3rd map. Why do you think it was so hard for you to get this, like, to get the rounds on the city side?
I think they just played super well. Obviously, they're a top level team, right? And they just convert rounds so well. They trade each other well. Their util's amazing. So I think we're going to learn a lot from that match. And I think the way they played is just superb. Obviously, they've done homework on us, and yeah, I thought we'd be going good starting CT side, as it's a super T-sided map. But you know, unfortunately, we couldn't take it. But yeah, it was so much fun. It was good taking the map. I think that gives us confidence going into the next game tomorrow against MOUZ.
Well, talking about MOUZ, yesterday your team said that you're 100% sure that you are going to win against MOUZ. How serious are you about that?
I'm 100% serious. Everyone just knows in the team, it's just kind of a vibe that you get. Yeah, they have no hope, so yeah.
Is it because you want to beat your fellow Dexter, fellow countryman Dexter?
Yeah, we'd love to do that. I think that MOUZ, our game, it just completely counters them, so they basically have no hope against us tomorrow, so yeah.
All right, then I'm looking forward to see that match. Thank you very much, Savage.
No worries.
If you told me that he learned how to do interviews from his pops, I'd believe that. 100%. And I respect it, moreover. But it seems like they're very realistic and down to earth with what's happened here, at least.
Yeah, and as Kasad said, still one more game for them tomorrow. They can play spoiler for MOUZ, right, potentially, and their chances to make the playoffs. And yeah, they're still
now
still pretty much
they definitely have nothing to lose, right? Like they're in the bottom three, they cannot advance into the playoffs. They can just super relax and play like the best way they can. It's the kind of the last game for them before they head into something else, and maybe, like Yanko said, they can spoil the plans of MOUZ, but I don't think it will happen at all. MOUZ is the best team in the world.
Okay, you're still riding that wave, are you?
Optimistic as always.
Go ahead and walk right on off the set with that one, Kasad. That's a mic dropper. That's what we're going to do at least. Drop our mics in GTFO. That's right, we're getting out of here just before we get into the next matches. Looking at fnatic MOUZ, little G2 Entropiq to close the day out. And that's right, Alexi B, or Sexy B as they call him in Twitch chat.
Alexi V.
He will be there. We'll be back after a break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
We both know we're not the same without rock bottom. Let it go, but we come back to craving problems. Am I your favorite kind of shame? Do I make you wanna hate? Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for. Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for.
Hi guys, welcome back to another episode of Bad Posture. I'll put a pillow here instead. Welcome back. Hey, look on the bright side, you're way better nowadays.
Fucking way better, dude. I sound awful.
Some of your best work, Harry.
Yeah, mate. Back when I used to talk like this. Whoa, it's all on flamie. Whoa, it's another kill. Down through the middle.
Welcome back to CSGO's Wildest Moments. I'm here with Harry Russell, and we're going to be diving into some of the weirdest, wildest, wackiest clips that we've seen across the years. Harry, you've come prepared with your own today. What's your choice?
Oh, I got a good one. I got a good one, right? For anyone who used to watch DreamHack Opens back in the day, this is one that should stick with you, right? This is Kusta, FNS, these two, right? They're on Mirage. It's 15-12. You know, they're about to win. They've killed everyone. Makalele was the last guy to die. Nothing could possibly go wrong, right? That's what I thought when I was casting it. And I called the GG, I called the defuse, but lo and behold, what happens? Kusta gets on the bomb, doesn't have a kit. FNS does. He's also at the bomb, but Kusta's allowed to stick it. We're all there celebrating. FNS stands up, and there's like this iconic moment of him just stood there like staring at the screen. You can tell something's wrong, right? And then he just drops down. The victory music cuts.
Oh! There was no time! No! You saw it, they even left the server! Michael, Ellie, and Rusty disconnected! What? FNS! He was guided. What just happened?
For crying out loud, the guys on Red Reserve, like Makalele and co, were literally unplugging their mice and had left the server thinking it was over. But because the guy, Kusta, without the kit, ended up getting on the bomb, it goes the way of Red Reserve. And then they come back and win the whole thing in like some quad overtime affair,
That's a little scary for Kusta. I think they killed NACS that entire
Yeah, you know, I mean, it was one of many things that like came along for NA Counter-Strike. Right, yeah, so that was my clip, you know, very, very close to my heart. I even covered it myself, you know, and I called the GG when it wasn't GG, man. I wonder if that's going to happen again. I don't know, we'll find out next time. We'll be back with more of this soon.
What is up, gamers, and welcome back to EPL Season 15, Group A, Day 3. It's not night shift yet, it's middle of the day shift, early evening, late afternoon, whatever you want to call it. It's fnatic versus MOUZ. This should be a screamer. My name is Parla. I'm taking over from the amazingly talented Stunner, and my analysts on the desk are Alan and Maui, taking over from the also amazingly talented YNK and Cassard. Boys, I can't wait to see how this match plays out.
Yes, indeed. I think for both the games today, we were just talking about it beforehand, there's a lot of implications of these games in terms of who's going to be making playoffs. And of course, later on, return of Alexi B. That has to be exciting.
That has got to be the best part of this day is Alexi B coming back. G2, that'll be later on. This upcoming match, I'm pretty excited for. I think that we've kind of seen some glimpses from fnatic here and there, so it's going to be see if they can put it together.
Yeah, you've jumped the gun slightly there, Alan, but I did forget that G2 Entropiq later today, 7:30. Alexi B has returned. Big news to anybody at home that's not aware. Either way, let's focus in on what's coming next. 4 p.m. We've got right now fnatic versus MOUZ. Guys, just coming into this, both rosters, let's talk about that. Alan, firstly, which one stands out to you more right now?
Well, I feel like fnatic, because going into yesterday's game against G2, we're framing it very much as this is G2's game to lose. You've got a lot of players on this fnatic lineup that have come in last minute, more so academy players, new to this level of competition. But as we saw yesterday, Poison looked great, Mezzi third map looked brilliant, so maybe there is a window that this lineup could make more sense than we expected it to.
Yes, and we can't talk about fnatic without talking about Poison. This guy has been on a tear. Initial showing against NIP wasn't too bright, but then looking forward, I mean, what he did versus G2 was spectacular. The first two maps he had in that series were insane, and if Poison right now is auditioning to find a spot on either fnatic or any team for the future, this is a great outing for him.
Yeah, fnatic playing with two of their academy players and then adding on Poison, which seems to have turned out very nicely. At least yesterday against their competition, Poison was on fire against G2. Do you think he can continue that performance today, guys, up against MOUZ?
I guess the argument is, why wouldn't Poison continue his performances? It feels like, to me, he's playing essentially with no pressure here. He looks full confidence, taking a lot of aggressive angles, and never looks scared to fight his opponents and, you know, take those spawns. So far, so good from Poison, and I see no reason today why he can't be one of the best players on this server.
I think that he's going to tear MOUZ apart, personally. Right now, he's finding 1 opening kill per 5 rounds. He's not dying too much in opening duels. And the thing is that MOUZ are a team that their structure doesn't really behoove them against an opper such as Poison. There's not a lot of flashes to take map control. It's not like they're doing things that are sloppy, but it's just a style that they chose, which should play into Poison's hands. I really think that Poison has to be the guy to look for in this game because there's simply not enough flashbangs to get him off of the angles he's going to hold.
Talking about Poison, we have an interview ready with the man himself.
Hey everybody, right now I'm joined by Poison. I already had a short interview with him yesterday, but today I'm hoping that I'll be able to get a little bit more information from him. Poison, when it comes to your team, right now you are banning Vertigo, even though previously you were perma-banning Dust too. Why so?
I think Dust is more comfortable than Vertigo for us, and we're just practicing more Dust than Vertigo, so we're just preparing that map more, and I think that's how it is.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it is what it is. Well, you have experience of playing with flamie, and right now you're playing with Alex. How would you compare them as IGLs?
It's a different approach of the game. Like Alex is more of a creative, and Benya like flamie, it's more a structure man. Like he wants more structure, and he wants like a more faster, I think, approach towards the map, when Alex is more slow approach towards map control. So I think that's the main difference in playstyle. Of course, Alex is more aggressive than flamie, and that's the main thing that's different.
Mm-hmm. Well, right now you are a substitute for fnatic, but was there any kind of discussion about like maybe you getting full on signed?
We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, thank you very much, Poison.
Yeah.
Okay. We will see. Right. We will see. I like that. What stood out to me from that interview is that Poison said that Alex has a creative approach to IGLing, and flamie on his previous team, Complexity, is more structured. I've always thought that Alex is super on top of his players. Maybe I'm wrong. Alan?
It feels to me like actually since the formation of this new fnatic lineup, or the new look one coming out of the summer player break, they've played a lot of different styles. They tried out a lot of different approaches, and I'm guessing that's where maybe this idea is coming from, because perhaps with the new players, with the kind of integration of different languages, maybe Alex had to look at some of these teams and say, we can't play the way I originally would have called maybe on Vitality. We need to use these aggressive players. We need to use players like Brolan. We need to use Mezzi in these passive spots because he's so good late rounds. So it just feels to me like Alex, especially now as well, has had to call so many different styles to make these teams work.
I think that also Poison is probably a little bit soured by the way that whole Complexity roster ended. There was definitely supposed to be some structure when going into those games, but the way that they ended up playing felt very individualistic, and the way that, you know, it felt like there's 3 baiters in the server at all times for them meant that a lot of the rounds didn't seem to have a natural progression or flow to them, whereas it does seem like Alex is constructing a style that, even though it's creative, it has a little more aggressive parts to it, and it also feels like Poison is enabling himself on this lineup more than what he was able to do on Complexity.
Let's turn our attention to MOUZ. Now, yesterday, NBK showed some old flames coming back to life, but I think Torzi is the player that we should focus in on. We're always expecting so much from it at this point, based on his previous performances. Do you think he's going to be able to pull an amazing one out of the bag here, Alan?
Based on what we've seen so far, again, I don't see why not. For me, as a player, individually, mechanically, there is no doubting Torzi, and of course we saw that back at Katowice, where he's lighting up multiple games on the server. But the case it always is with these younger players is, how do they develop? How do they build up the fundamentals, the intangibles? And of course, for a player like Torzi, with limited experience, he's not going to have all of that just yet. So his progression over the next few months, for me, is probably the biggest talking point for this MOUZ squad. He needs to really grow into that role and be able to call around himself and have even more impact on the game that maybe you don't quite see on the scoreboard.
For me, the question with Torzi is sustainability with his play, because a lot of aggressive operas, when they come into the space, Poison's actually just one of them. They are flashy in the beginning. People aren't ready for all the peaks that they're going to go for. The style, it usually catches people off guard. But once teams start to dig into the demos, do a little bit of anti-stratting, it's up to players like Torzy to reinvent themselves. But that's where I think Cyclone actually comes in handy, because this guy has proven to me over multiple We Play Academy League seasons that he is one of the strongest coaches in not only just keeping his strong players on top, but rebuilding and making sure that they're constantly innovating with their play.
Before we break down this match further, let's take a look at our match report. Let's bring that up on screen. This is some keys to the match that you guys provided earlier, right?
Yes, indeed. So I gave over the first.
If you'd like to talk us through it.
So the first one here is man advantages on T, and as we've seen on T side, Fnatic, they've been a little bit shaky, but looking at the stats, I think it was 65% conversion on 5-on-4s. That's really quite low. Anything under 75% we'd consider as fairly poor. So clearly there's some fundamental issues, and those need to be cleaned up going against a team of MOUZ's caliber.
Yeah, my point was this was to clean up these post-plant defenses for Fnatic, because there have been rounds where it just feels unlosable, 4v2 type of situations, and then the first domino falls and everything just breaks open for them. I can't be seeing that from them today, because MOUZ is a team that is going to be competitive in this series. MOUZ are probably the favorites in this, and if you're in a situation with man advantage, with the bomb planted, you have to convert that. There's no excuses.
Yeah, all right, let's delve a bit deeper into MOUZ. What else do they need to do to best this Fnatic line that seems to be finding some form, even though they're a bit of a mix?
So I think there's two things here. I think, first of all, CT sides for them have been a lot weaker than the T side. And for me, that's a lot because of fundamental mistakes, maybe communication, maybe team play. But again, man advantage giving up, maybe rotations a little bit off. And these are all things you definitely expect from a newer lineup that needs to grow with some of these newer players, especially someone like Torzy. So moving forwards, those need to be cleaned up. And the other one, of course, was MBK. He had a great map yesterday on Vertigo, but overall consistency is a little bit lacking. And when he's playing such kind of important anchor positions, he needs to be more stable for me to give MOUZ kind of more consistency.
When I looked at the demos, my point for MOUZ was to make better use of utility, because I could tell that some of their... It feels like they're trying to replicate what Gambit did a lot in 2021, 2020, where there's a lot of dry peaks, a lot of kind of just feeling the map out a little bit too much for my taste. And the point I made earlier about why Poison should tear up MOUZ is because they're not throwing many flashes. There's 3 players on MOUZ who are in the bottom 5 of flash assists at the entire event. They're just simply not throwing enough flashbangs. And if they want to stop Poison from running amok, they need to use better utility.
Now, before we get into the vetoes and our first map underway, let's take a look at our Colex players to watch.
Alex is the brain behind the strategy that cemented the victory over G2 yesterday. With a rock-solid performance to go along with it, he is instrumental for Fnatic's journey through their group. Torzy, the Rock of MOUZ, is eager for redemption after his loss against the Ninjas. The young Hungarian might be new to the team, but he has shown he can bounce back and overperform when needed. With firepower on one side and strategy on the other, this may prove to be an extraordinary match.
I don't think Alex will be happy that Torzy had a 90 Colex rating on his card, and Alex was sitting at 76. Do we think that's... Oh, wait a second. You know, forget about the ratings. Shout out to our Colex players to watch and Hecky. We've got Harry and Hugo being pushed into the caster's room. They don't look very happy to be there. What's that about? Look, Harry, Hugo, if you're listening, all right, You're being paid to be here, boys. All right, put up with the up your standards, right?
Let's get those egos in check.
Yeah.
But anyway, getting into the veto here, the obvious bans now, of course, we've already spoke about it at kind of endless length. Fnatic now permabanning Vertigo. No surprises. The nuke pick from MOUZ for me was an absolute slam dunk here, considering Fnatic haven't played it in 3 months. And of course, the Inferno from Fnatic, it definitely feels like probably their most consistent map right now.
Yeah, I think that the picks are pretty standard here. I kind of hate to say that. There's usually some cool curveball or even a second veto, but honestly, this is pretty much in line with both these teams' comfort zones. And MOUZ, I would say, coming out of the veto, have a slight advantage. The fact that they're able to play nuke, the fact that they beat G2 on it, that is a good sign because we just don't know what to expect from Fnatic on it.
All right, guys, thank you so much, Alan and Maui, for your analysis. As always, everybody at home, we are ready to get Fnatic and MOUZ underway, starting off on nuke. Harry, Hugo, reluctantly, over to you.
No, Parla, we're happy to be here. We're happy to be here. We didn't get our
just sad because we didn't get our nap time, man.
We wanted to cuddle up. You got a problem with that, Parla? No.
Ever since we dodged Ollie yesterday, he's had it in for us.
Oh, he's been chasing us through the hallways here. It's not been fun.
He's been pinching me.
Your neck, specifically.
My neck, yeah, pinching my neck.
And other locations, but here, our location, Harry, is nuke, and it's MOUZ v Fnatic. This is going to be a barn burner. We're burning barns. It's a bit of arson here as we start our day. MOUZ on the T side, and Fnatic with a bit of oomph in their pocket as they took a win against G2 yesterday. Where can they go? Sky's the limit for this team. Let's see. Fake out on ramp, MOUZ double back, and Fnatic with a stack realize it's all a ruse.
Oh, Alex going in. Hello. Yeah, there's a lot more there than he was ready for. Banjo's now going to fill the void, and with the swing, he's dead as well. Just Pepe, Zora, and Messi. There's a lot of guys in hell. You've dealt with 2 at ramp, and there's still 2 more to get past. Messi is still God, in with 2, but is traded after that. Poison's already down on B, but the problem is, now that you've lost ramp, now that you've lost hell, that bomb doesn't have to commit lower. It's actually gone in through heaven, and it's an A-side plant, so Poison, long way away.
What a mind game, man. Like, there's a triple ramp set up for Fnatic. MOUZ pretend they're going, they leave, and then they recommit, and the whole time Fnatic going, oh, they faked ramp, they're going A, and Alex just walks into it. That's so funny. Mind games on mind games. MOUZ are in Fnatic's heads, and that's a good place to be right now. Pistol round locked in on the first map. You never know, like this whole group, Harry, has been topsy-turvy, right? It's not been consistent for anyone. Yeah, okay, Nip, they're looking pretty damn good. Safe to say, even with some shaky games there in the middle, but otherwise, everyone's been rife with upsets. So this game should be no exception. Torshi tagged by Poison Scout early. And MBK's got to watch his head. Poison's very quick, as we learned yesterday.
I mean, MBK's been a beast as of late.
Yeah,
it's been really cool to see. You know, there's always that part of you that whenever you kind of bring back like a very old school familiar face, you want them to do well, and sometimes they just don't, right? But MBK's actually been surprisingly really quite good in this MOUZ team. Alex pushed up outside. Oh, that's a hell of a flash, man. Luckily enough, no one swung on the back of it, so Alex is allowed to get out of there. But going back in,
oh, the 2
for 1. Oh,
make it 2.
2 actually.
So
before she was tagged earlier on by Poison Scout. Surely they can deal with him. But Alex just keeps going back in for more. He doesn't know when to quit. That's 3 from the CZ outside. Oh dear, MOUZ. Oh dear.
That's a triple dipping, mate. That is unbelievable. Off the CZ, no less. I also thought it was 1 kill, Harry. It didn't look like he could double up on that first spray.
It's just wild, isn't it?
There's Deagle, only good for 1 usually, but that's all you need right now. BMAS is going to pick Poison outside, and MOUZ look for a tasty 2-on-5. They're going to go down B. Banjo's here. Ready at dark. This is a lovely position that MOUZ don't have the utility to clear, and nor the time either. All he needs to do is stop that bomb. Are they going to stick it open? They don't have to. Oh, smoke is lovely, and now there's no one to kill. He's just got to guess, he's got to gamble, he's got to go for luck shots. Chasing BMAS, Dexys off the plant, and he does get that kill. Banjo buying time. BMAS in the clutch. He's got the bomb on his side. Mezzi's walking in, and that's not a kill for BMAS. Mezzi's going to win the round. The Deegs do it for fnatic. They do their in-game leader proud, and that's a force buy immediately off of MOUZ's pistol win.
Yeah, I mean, shout out Alex, really?
Yeah.
That's the whole reason that happens. Like, 3 kills with a CZ. I've never even seen that, man. Like, it's got no bullets.
Torshi just turned.
It's a pretend gun for the most part. Like, he ran out of ammo at the end, but he managed to get the reload off. He rebuilt that gun like 3 times over.
It's barely better than the Zeus. You barely have more ammo. 2 mags, then you're done. You thought the USP was not a lot. One way to get on the board, and look at the buy that follows it. Poison goes for the AWP with no armor when they know that that MOUZ rather are going to be on pistols and forcing up. BMAS has got himself a gun, but this is not a pretty buy for MOUZ. Poison's shown his staff, and he has to back up now as MOUZ have seen him outside. Smoke's going to go down anyway, so they might be able to cross towards Secret for free. That's where Alex plays. But no one has a flash to get Alex out.
Oh. You hear that AWP firing off, and it just puts the fear in you. Outside smokes are now down, dropped close. Gonna let everybody get down Secret, but Alex here, waiting patiently. And BK still on top of main roof, ready to cut down rotations. That's kind of hinge on his players in lower, finding some success here. And Alex, I mean, you know, he was able to get 3 with a CZ. What's he able to do with a real gun? Good flash. Hate that if you're Torshi.
He's trying to force shots, right? Get someone to fire off, show some numbers down on B. It's a beautiful pop flash, but no one peeking off of it. Alex doesn't know that 3 players are walking his way right now. Jump, bit of a boost, Alex gets out. Very safe play, and considering the time, this is the right move to make. BMAS is trying to kill those rotates that are making noise. There's not time to wait for BMAS. Even if he kills Banjo, Alex can win the round by stopping this bomb. 15 seconds, they're surrounding them right now. Oh, mistiming for Banjo. Alex is waiting, the bomb plant's coming in. He won't try and stop it. Banjo gets backstabbed. MBK kills Alex, and MOUZ somehow clear every position, picture perfect, with no seconds remaining. They win the round. fnatic should not go for this. That is unbelievable. It looked perfect.
That's crazy, man. And that's a tremendous amount of faith in the call from Dexter as well. You know, like everyone hanging on his every word, just having faith that they can make that push happen in the final, what, like 14 seconds of the round.
I don't know how MBK kills Alex. He came out of double door, right? He's one player out of double door. Alex didn't try to stop the bomb plant because it was in the smoke. He wanted just the kills. And of course, they were not to know that Banjo was essentially on a timer at ramp. Got very unfortunate with his checks behind. But a lovely round out of MOUZ, just manipulating fnatic there. So already, we're seeing why I love Nuke. You know, we've had a lot of crusty dusties. A lot of Mirages, some Infernos in there. Obviously classic maps, but this is where Counter-Strike can get wet and wild.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm just going to say it. You're literally in a higher intelligence group if you think Nuke is the best map in the game.
Oh yeah, it's subjective, isn't it?
Poison. All right. Bloody hell.
Animal.
Getting stuck in over at ramp, trying to relive some of those big performances that we got out of him yesterday. Right, he was instrumental in fnatic's victory versus G2. He's already plucked Dexter out of the round and sent MOUZ packing. It looked like they wanted to try and take some ramp control, but now it's back to the drawing board, having to change this one up on the fly. What's the solution gonna be?
Looking A-bound. 2 players here, but Poison, that rotate is key. He's coming into heaven right now, and so this could be a problem. Pepsil's getting tagged up a little bit. These positions are a bit wonky for fnatic if MOUZ do want to burst door. Vent to B would be an open option. They don't know it. But they're in no hurry at the same time, going quiet. Pep's all close. Here comes the commit. They're out the door. MBK, lovely checking the hut. What a flick. mezzi at the back of the site. Oh, he's missed all the timings, and now he's a dead man. No matter that he gets that kill, it's an instant trade, and Poison needs to perform from the top side. He's mollied out. Alex gets re-smoked. This util is keeping fnatic cordoned, and the bomb can get planted. Oh! Is there a chance?
That's definitely giving you a reason to go for this.
No kit.
Yeah, time's going to be their biggest enemy right now. With the re-smoke down in main, so much of this now hinges on Alex being the can opener to get this round cracked open on the Heaven Swing. If he's not ready for BMAS, he's a dead man, and that should seal the deal for Poison, sending him out of there. So many kits dropped in the site, but never to be retrieved, never to be picked up. And that one kill through the smoke was nothing more than a bit of a false confidence to go for that retake.
Yeah, you got to feel for mezzi there as well, because the spacing is so weird for MOUZ. If anything, you could say it's like sort of rough, because one player gets so deep, and mezzi, who's trying to hunt that kill, gets timed behind Silo, has to go super wide to stop him. It gives him the free kill, but at that point, the rest of MOUZ are actually out, so the trading looks immaculate. But if mezzi was able to just pick that first player before they got wide, he can tuck in, buy time, maybe get a double kill. Just very unfortunate. But you can't deny, MOUZ are putting on a show right now. From the pistol to now, that's a good shot for Poison. But it won't be the kill, and at this point in the game, at this kind of round, you need those opening picks, surrounded by USPs. A 5-on-4 would have gone a long way, but Poison stays mobile from main to ramp. They won't be ready for it so quick. Oh, hello. Does he clear it? Oh, Banjo, you looked at him!
You saw him!
Too late, mate. And there's the repeat, there's the save. BMAS does not let Dexter die. He's going to go back for the bomb, but this round might just be decided off that alone.
I can't believe Alex got that many chances. I feel like if that's me, dead immediately, mate. Missed first bullet, gone. Especially if I'm up against MBK.
Watch him clear this.
Alex, will he clear it? Do we have faith? Oh, no.
He's going for the AWP.
Oh, there's the swing for BMAS. And there's the Deagle taken out of the round. This should be MOUZ now looking to lock in a fourth. And find this little conversion up against the pistols nice and easily. Hey, Group A's kind of in a weird spot, though. There's actually a fair bit riding on this matchup. Like, for MOUZ, if they still want to have a shot to make it out of groups, to make it through the playoffs, they're going to need a victory here. Oh, bloody hell. Hang on a moment. Oh, God!
What?
That's 2 from mezzi's USP.
Filth. Time. TikTok.
Pepsor running in. Oh, dead to Frozen. It's a damn good try. That shouldn't have been close at all. And the fact that mezzi even made me consider that for a moment is a little concerning. Yeah, as I was saying, you know, MOUZ, they need this victory if they want to have a good shot at making it out of the groups. On top of that, fnatic, with them being currently second in the in Group A, which is kind of wild to think about. Wow. You know, them picking this up, I don't think it seals the deal on a playoff run, but it makes it very likely, right? Like, it makes it very